dry like a goddamn vampire.
Woo! 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 Can I see all the emotes now? I think so. Super Bowl MVP and anti-vaxxer. Let's go. This is me saying I'm now an anti-vaxxer. Okay. I have watched 2 episodes of Hard Knocks. Can't wait for the Jets to go below. Listen, you can talk shit in here, and you're not going to get a rise out of me. I can't wait for people to come in here and try to shit talk the Jets, and I'll be like, I don't even know what that means. Joke's on you. I don't know what .500 means. Yo, Rodgers looked good in camp. Not even a Jets fan. I agree. What's on the bagel? It's just a shit ton of cream cheese. I haven't eaten though. And then I had to do Cash App, and then I went live. So I am just shoveling carbs and cream cheese into my mouth right now. I'm also bummed because I couldn't go to my dentist appointment this morning for stupid reasons. And then I couldn't go to my P.O. box because Will has the car and mine's been dead for like a month. Fuck. I really need to go to the dentist. Guess I'll just go another day. Oh my god! I didn't apply! Hold on. Fuck. Probably because my phone's always dying. Like, let me see what my phone is at right now. It's dead. Okay, I gotta charge this. Okay. Shit. I have to apply to this Airbnb. I hope it's not like a first come, first serve type thing. All right, I gotta do this. Listen, young children. You're too young to remember, but there was a time before phones. Okay. Okay, request to book. Let us know why you'd like to stay here. What should I say? For the vibes. I'm just gonna use a lot of the same shit that I used for Gwyneth's application. Okay. Hold on, I gotta turn this music down a little bit. I gotta concentrate. Okay. I have been going through a really difficult time lately. Or should I, like, make up some really dramatic shit? Currently on patrol and need a new place. Or do I like kind of be vague? Yeah. Okay. I've been going through a really difficult time lately in my personal and professional life. And have been needing the opportunity to recharge, to refresh and recharge. Simply looking at the photos of Ashton and Mila's gorgeous oceanfront place has helped clear all of the Simply look at the photos of Ashton and Mila's gorgeous oceanfront place has helped clear some of the anxiety. Okay, you guys. This is not an application for Harvard. Who cares if there's 3 ands? I'm not applying to Yale Law School. In my mind. I would love the chance to have a quick getaway in such a peaceful location. No, I don't know if I take the route of like, I'm one of the biggest YouTubers with thousands of impressionable fans and a lot of expendable income. I don't know. There's so many. Yes, I am. I just started my YouTube and I'm already one of the biggest YouTubers. It's been meteoric. Okay, do I do what I do with Gwyneth and mention the fact that I've been on strike? Okay, some of you are saying absolutely, some of you are saying no. It has been... Okay. Appeal to their no shower taking. I, just like Ashton and Mila, will have no need for the shower. So feel free to turn off the water. And they might think you're trying to get in the industry via I don't know, yeah. I'll just say this, okay. As a member of both SAG, WGA, it has been a grueling 100+ days. And I could really use... Bro, what if I end up getting this and Gwyneth's place? I bet there's gonna be a lot of people saying SAG and WGA. That's true. As a member of both SAG, WGA has been a grueling 100+ days, and I could really... and I need a... And I owe it to myself to Very crystal. Mention connecting with nature or something. Yeah. I'm grilling 100+ days and I owe it to myself to take a break. I already used the word recharge. I owe it to myself to take a break from the stress of being on strike. Serious question, why does this answer have to do with why you want to stay there? Oh, yeah. Let us know why you'd like to stay here. Oh, that's so true. Like, why here versus... Okay, wait. I'm looking for a beautiful setting to play World of Warcraft. But, should I mention the fact that it's free? In all honesty, the fact that the Airbnb is free of charge is such a plus because I have had no income because the strikes have meant, because being on strike means I haven't been help me, I'm poor. I haven't been working. In all honesty, the fact that the Airbnb is free of charge is such a plus because being on strike means I haven't been, because my income has been limited. Nice. Means, God, where were you guys when I was writing my LSAT law school essays? Means my income has been limited. Great. Okay, is it too cheesy if I say, like, so whether it's me... So whether or not I'm chosen, this is such a gift that Ashton and Mila... This is such a generous gift that Ashton and Mila are offering. Go full cheese. Okay. Whether or not I am chosen to stay here. Whether or not I am chosen to stay. Oh my god, I totally could have just used ChatGPT. Okay, never mind. Alright, how the fuck do I end this? I've been going through a really difficult time lately in my personal and professional life, and I've been needing the opportunity to refresh and recharge. Simply looking at the photos of Ashton and Mila's gorgeous oceanfront place has helped clear some of the anxiety in my mind. I would love the chance to have a quick getaway in such a peaceful place. As a member of both SAG and WGA, it has been a grueling 100+ days, and I owe it to myself to take a break from the stress of being on strike. In all honesty, the fact that the Airbnb is free of charge is such a plus because being on strike means my income has been limited. I should just do, how the fuck should I end this? I hate ending things. I never know how to. It's so stressful. Much appreciated. Thank you to Mila and Ashton for their generosity. No, I'll just do this. Okay, it's cheese, but it's not over the top. Pick me, choose me, love me. Thank you for the opportunity. And to Mila and Ashton. Thank you for the consideration, and to Mila and Ashton for their... Ending this adds to my anxiety. FYI, if you do not choose me, you will only be making my mental health problems worse. Okay. Be assertive, like, look forward to getting the keys. I'm super neat, by the way. Okay. I'm gonna request a book. All right. Ashton and Mila's place is in high demand. We will only reach out if you're invited to book. Great. I feel like they'd probably be doing, I feel like they probably have to be, like, interviewing people, right? Since they're doing it for free and they're celebrities. Imagine if this works. I'm gonna be honest. I'd rather get Gwyneth. Because she is going, like, you're gonna be sitting down with her and, like, having dinner. She's gonna be there because she is on a one-woman mission to end the epidemic of loneliness by having one person stay at her beautiful Montecito house. I'll take the Goop products. I will. She's either going to be content... Dude, are you kidding me? I feel like even if she's boring, it'll still be wild because it's Gwyneth Paltrow. Like, there's no way she can be boring. She's so wacky. If you could stream, that would be insane. I know. Even if, like, I couldn't stream the parts of being with Gwyneth. Just being like, okay, I'm here. I'm here at the house. Look at all this Goop shit. I don't know why she named her company Goop. Like, it's not cute. It's not a good aesthetic name. Yeah, hiding in the back. Be right there, Gwen! Okay, guys. So, here I am in Gwyneth Paltrow's bathroom. Goop. Goop. Non-stop Autopop. Thank you for the 11 months. Lily, the Chaos God, thank you for the gifted. And, yeah. Okay. Guys, I am taking a Goop poop. I'm surprised that she hasn't advertised something like that on her website yet. I feel like that's something that she would do. Okay, so let's see, I tweeted out that I'm live. Let me think of any little things before we get started. I got nothing. I've been doing absolutely nothing. That's what I have to report. I'm doing nothing. Henza, thank you for the 2 months. I mean, like, I'm striking. But otherwise, I don't have anything exciting. That's it. Besides the fact that now I look like a football girl. Strikingly beautiful. Hey, 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 hey. Is that a Rogers jersey? It sure is. Did I ever tell you guys about the time that I met him? At the club? Yes, I saw that the family of Leonard Bernstein released a statement. I'll pull that up. Okay, so I was working at the club one night and Aaron Rodgers came in. And this was right after he had broken up with Olivia Munn, who some people say that we look alike. Or at least that I used to look like her before she got a bunch of plastic surgery to look way more white. And so my boss was like, hey, can you go over to the table that Aaron is at? Because I can't remember if I or another host walked him into the table. But she's like, can you just go talk to him? And I was like, okay. She goes, well, no one's talking to him. Because here's this weird thing that happens in the club. Sometimes someone comes in who's famous and then no one speaks to them. So Aaron was just awkwardly standing at this table on the middle of the dance floor by himself as like 20-year-olds around him got fucked up on shitty vodka and cranberry. And the same top 20 songs played on a loop. So I was like, okay, fuck, what the hell am I going to talk to Aaron Rodgers about? I don't know anything about football. He's not going to answer any questions about Olivia Munn or like any tea that I would be interested in. So I went over there and I was just, and I also feel weird sometimes. I would feel weird sometimes working at the club where my boss would be like, can you go over to this table or can you talk to such and such celebrity? And I'm like, I don't want to look like some random person who's just trying to talk to this celebrity. I want to make it clear. Like, I wish I had a name tag on saying like, I work here. So anyways, I would always make sure that I was holding my walkie-talkie and had my earpiece visible. So like people knew I was working. I wasn't just coming over. Yeah, my headset earpiece thing. I wasn't just coming over to try to hit up a celebrity. Like, I'm working. I work here. So anyway, I came over. I'm like holding my walkie-talkie. I'm like, I was like, how's it going? Can I get you anything? Let me know. Blah, 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 blah. Just like doing that thing. And he's like, oh no, I'm okay. I don't even know if he was drinking. He was just like, there is... Being at a club is so awkward if you're not drinking. Like, there's nothing to do. You can't hear anybody. The music is usually shitty and way too loud. So otherwise, you're just like on your phone or hoping that you get lucky and someone decent is by you that you can have a conversation with, but you're literally having to speak in each other's ears. So I like was standing there. I was like, what the hell? What do I talk to him about? So I was just like, how are you finding LA? He's like, oh, I grew up in California. I was like, okay. Are you having a good time here? Do you like football? What do you think of Bill Belichick? No, I didn't say that, but it was just like, I genuinely didn't know what to talk to him about. But the thing I noticed is that when I came over to talk to him, I noticed that he kind of gave me like the one up and like the up and down. And it's not me being like, because I'm so hot, but it is because I think I did resemble Olivia Munn before she got a bunch of plastic surgery, and it was dark in the club. So he maybe had like a weird moment. And I was like, I could be your Olivia Munn. Are you looking for a new Olivia Munn? I could be she. Or maybe he was like, fuck this bitch. I don't want anyone around me who reminds me of Olivia Munn. Yeah, I think I texted Will too, and I was like, Aaron Rodgers is at the club. Wait a moment, is that? But yeah, so then I just kind of stood there at the table with him and just pretended I was busy by like looking over my floor chart like I was doing work. And I can't really remember anything else. I think eventually I like brought over some cute girls to the table. Like that was what I was always doing. I was kind of a pimp in that sense, where I would just go around the club and find cute girls and be like, "Do you want to come to this table?" And when it's somebody like Aaron Rodgers, that's it's usually easier. I'll be like, "Celebrity Aaron Rodgers is standing at this table. Do you want to come over here and hang out?" And they'd be like, "Yes." Oh my god! Like, so I remember one time, Chris Evans came in the club. He was there for a bachelor party, and we put him all the way in the back in like a roped off section. And after I sat him and his friends and made sure that they were all good, I was walking back to the stairwell, and these 3 girls came up to me and they were like, "Oh my god, is that Chris Evans?" And at first I said no, because I was like, "Oh, they're gonna be so annoying." I was like, "No." They're like, "Yes, it is." I was like, "Okay, fine, it is him." They're like, "Can we go over there?" And I said, "No. He's on a bachelor party. He's wearing a flannel. Like, obviously, he just wants to chill. He's with his buddies." And they were like, "Please." And I was like, "No, no." No. So then I had to leave to do something, and I come back and I see them over at the table being like, "Can I get a picture?" I was like, "I told you no." Because here's the thing, and this is really bad. This is really, really bad, but it's just the way things used to work. They weren't cute. And so the way that clubs would work is if there were celebrities or buyers, like my job was to bring girls who were very hot, like hot club girls. Not random girls who I have no idea who they were with, who were like, "I want to go bother this celebrity so I can get pictures." I was like, "This ain't a meet and greet. I'm a professional pimp. I'm a pimp at work." Lily, thank you for the gifted. Linklert, thank you for the 3. Yeah, I was big pimping. This is ugly people erasure. Oh man, I mean that doesn't even scratch the surface of all the things that were a part of my job. But yeah, I remember I had to like get over that element of, oh, this is really mean. Especially when I would work the front, like bouncer type shit with like people in my ears screaming at me that I was letting in ugly people. Like a group of girls would come up and they'd be like, "Can we come in?" I'd be like, "Yeah." Yeah. And then I would be getting yelled at over my headset saying that I needed to raise the level of the club to at least an 8. They would straight up, like managers, promoters, etc. They would straight up be like, "You're not allowed to let anyone in who is under an 8. I was like, "Well, isn't that subjective? Tell us the thing." Yeah, truly make the club less ugly. I was like, oh my god. Redditors in the headset comments. Actually, though, it was basically like the comment section of Reddit. Like Reddit r/rate me. Rate me. Not if you heard that wrong. But yeah, that was like the comment section. But yeah, that's how it goes. No uggos allowed. Anyway, that was the one and only time that I had met Aaron Rodgers. And now here I am. Wearing his joysy. I always love when you share your club stories. I need to keep sharing them. I should have had a diary that I kept for the 5 years I worked in clubs. Because there's so many things that I have forgotten or that I've just blocked out. That I blocked out once upon a time purposefully to preserve a shred of my dignity and morals. Write a memoir? Okay, here's my question. I don't understand how people write memoirs that are so incredibly detailed, especially when they are recalling stories from when they're a child. I barely have any memories from like before the age 8. That shit is all a blur. So are they just making it up? That's my question. Are they just straight up making up this story from when they were 3? I think they make it up, interview friends and family. They gotta, because there's no way. There's just no way, because listen, I've had a lot of things happen to me in my life. I've done a lot of things. But if I were to sit down and write a memoir, I think I would get like 10 pages in and be like, okay, I can't remember anything else. Or I can't remember enough to have a whole chapter dedicated to it. Professional writers fill in the blanks and make it up. Source my best friend. Oh yeah, ghostwriting. You telling me a ghost wrote this? You telling me that a spooky spirit wrote this? Do you remember your oldest memory? See, it gets confusing though, because I want to say when my sister hit me over the head with a bowl when I was a baby, but that's a story that my mom's told me. So I'm like, do I really remember that? No, because I was hit over the head. So like the likelihood of me actually remembering that is very low. Dude, do you know how many times I've tried to start a diary? So many times. I have bought so many diaries and written the words, Dear Diary, and then nothing. Memories are really, really, really weird because and this is why witness statements are so unreliable. Like, I hope I am never called to testify as a witness in something, because I'll be like, I think? Yeah, she was blonde. No, she wasn't. But as far as like, when do I remember things pretty clearly? I genuinely would say probably like 5 or 6 when I got to school. Like, I remember when I was 5 in first grade, I remember running this Lip Smackers ring. Like, it was like an organized crime ring where during class, like, I was like getting Lip Smackers chapstick and then trading them for things. I don't even know how I did it, but I got in trouble for it. It was like one of the first and last times I've ever been in trouble at school. I got in trouble for that, and then in 7th grade, I like had a rubber band and a pen, and then I accidentally shot the rubber band out the window in class, and I got a detention for that. But then pretty much I was scot-free. But yeah, I was the classroom lip smacker ringleader in first grade. So like, I have very vivid memories of that. I also have very vivid memories because I used to have this thing happen where birds would shit on my head all the time. Like an inordinate amount of times. Like, no person should have a bird shitting on their head this much. But in first grade, there was a like high likelihood that when I would go outside for recess, a bird might shit on my head. Bugs and birds. Nature hates me, I guess. I don't know. It makes me think that maybe in a past life, maybe I was like a bird or a bug, and I was the known asshole, and now they're getting revenge on me and my human body. Like, we're gonna make sure that she never knows a moment of peace. We're gonna shit on her head. We're gonna run, even if it means we have to kill ourselves, we're gonna run into her face, fly into her mouth, fly into her eyeballs. Even if the bugs like kamikaze have taken an oath of kamikaze. They're like, gentlemen, it's been an honor. And then just fly beep, into my cheek. So yeah. I'm a villain in a Disney movie about bugs. It kind of feels that way. It does. And then I have memories of... Oh my god, Britney Spears is getting divorced. Sorry, that was an ADD moment. I just clicked on Twitter. Oh, bummer. Oh, Britney. Anyway. Let's get started with the content. I thought that was old news. Nope. Britney Spears and Sam Asghari are divorcing. Honestly, I feel like you can never trust a guy with this jawline. I just feel like... I feel like a guy with bone structure like this, it's destined to fail. Giga Chadian. Oh, Britney. Page 6 is reporting that Britney Spears has retained Laura Wasser as her divorce attorney. Good luck, Sam. You'll need it. Oh. Sam Asghari threatening to release extraordinarily embarrassing Britney Spears info if prenup is not renegotiated. No, you and your Giga Chad jawline can fuck off and go get a job. He allegedly wants his estranged wife to pay him more than what their prenup provides in order to keep her secrets following their split. What a piece of shit. A source tells us that the family business actor is attempting to negotiate concessions beyond his prenup and threatening to go public with extraordinarily embarrassing information about Britney unless he gets paid. It's blackmail and it'll never happen. You know what? I think Britney Spears just... She needs to be kept away. She needs to stay away from men. Enough. Leave Britney alone. So, they signed a prenup, which of course is normal in celebrity relationships or relationships where one person is very wealthy. Any money she made before the wedding is protected. The prenup is supposedly in her favor, which it should be, because she's fucking Britney Spears. Oh yeah, they've only been married for 2 years. Britney reportedly has a net worth of 70 mil, much of which has been spent on legal fees and child support for her 2 kids with Kevin Federline. God, it's so crazy because I remember when her children were born. The Crossroads actress previously paid $20K a month in child support payments, but the former backup dancer... I cannot get over them referring to Kevin Federline. Former backup dancer. Demanded an increase to $60K a month in May 2018. Federline moved his and Brittany's sons to Hawaii earlier this month, which many believed was an attempt to extend child support payments. Hawaiian law allows payments to continue until age 23 if the kids attend an accredited college, university, vocational, or trade school full-time. How shitty to use your kids as a way to get more money out of Britney Spears. $60K a month. Okay. Leave Britney alone, everyone. Also, no offense, but like, what the hell extraordinarily embarrassing Britney Spears info could he have that wouldn't be like, oh, yeah. That's, you know what I mean? Like, Britney is not someone who has been afforded privacy. All of her lowest moments in her life, unfortunately, are on display for all to see. So the idea, yeah. Point, like, what don't we know about Britney at this stage? Yeah. Leave Britney alone. I'm just gonna keep saying that. Oh, yeah. See, this person said, embarrassing. She had her worst moments as a mother, being chased by paps, disheveled, nearly dropping her kid, completely documented and pasted all over the world to see. What could he possibly have? Would this count as extortion? Yes, this is blackmail, and blackmail is a type of extortion. You know, like, this guy, like I said, not to rag on, not to, like, generalize about people who have, jawlines like this, but you know that this guy, like, learned what extortion was a week ago, and then decided that he was going to do an extortion. He was, like, Googling how to get money out of spouse in bad divorce with prenup. And then he probably read somewhere online. How to extort 101. Oh, okay. That's what I'm gonna do. And he didn't read the fine print. By the way, it's illegal. Yeah, he asked ChatGPT. Dear ChatGPT. Oh, Britney Spears. Oh, Brit. Everyone just needs to leave her alone. 14 people who need a time machine because their past statements did not age well. The snide comment that Ben Shapiro made about the Barbie movie. It was just announced that the movie has made over $1 billion at the global box office. My prediction, Barbie is just absolutely going to fall off a cliff after week 1. The repeat business on this movie is going to be non-existent. Yeah, $1 billion non-existent. 2, this tweet about Lizzo having good energy around her. The artist has been sued by her former dancers over sexual harassment and hostile work environment allegations. I can tell Lizzo got good energy around her because I've never seen SZA this comfortable or happy on stage. Yeah, that didn't age well. And this book about her that encourages people to live the Lizzo way. Just live the Lizzo way, baby. Why are you reading BuzzFeed? Do not shame me, okay? This is not a habit. I was going through Google News and I saw this headline and I clicked on it. I don't make a habit of reading BuzzFeed. I want to be clear, especially considering Will's past. This comment from 2009 about how Bryan Cranston can't do serious roles. Cranston won 3 consecutive Emmys for Outstanding Lead Actor in a Drama Series for playing Walter White in Breaking Bad. Bryan Cranston's a comic actor. He can't do such serious roles. I love the idea that someone who's really good at comedy could just never in a million years do drama. This YouTuber played himself how to never get caught smoking weed. Got caught smoking weed. This person who tattooed Colleen Ballinger's name onto their body. Ballinger was accused of grooming her young fans. In response, she uploaded a highly insensitive video of herself playing the ukulele and singing about the allegations. Ukulele gate. I got taquitos since you kept bringing up Mexican food on Cash App. Yeah, I can't believe that Austin on Cash App asked me what I'd do with $1 billion, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna buy some Chipotle. Colleen Ballinger. Why the fuck would someone get this in the first place? Even if she wasn't exposed for being such a piece of shit. Are we really tattooing YouTubers onto our bodies? This painfully optimistic cover of Wired magazine from '97, it claims, we are facing 25 years of prosperity, freedom, and a better environment for the whole world. That's certainly true, I say, as I look at pictures of Maui. In reality, the past decade has been 8 of the hottest years on record for global warming. And let's just say this century hasn't been filled with too much prosperity and freedom either. You got a problem with that? So now I have to cancel my Caroline Kwan tattoo? Yes, because I am a big YouTuber. Exclamation point YouTube. Remember, chat, don't tattoo brands or people on yourself. They'll let you down. Yeah. I've said this before, but don't get a tattoo of me. Don't get a tattoo of anybody who you like as a fan. This person who said they wanted to die at a Travis Scott concert. What? What a weird thing to say. At his Astroworld Festival in 2021, 10 attendees were killed in a crowd crush. That's dark. This person who commented on a video of Marilyn Manson saying, this man is just too smart for cancel culture. More than a dozen women have accused the singer of sexual assault and abuse. How could somebody be too smart for cancel culture? You mean I should cancel the full back of you? Full back tat? Nah. You can keep it. This newspaper snippet about a young Steve Martin stand-up performance. Sharing the bill with Poco this week is a comedian Steve Martin, a writer on the Smothers Brothers television show. Though he has much potential, his 25-minute routine Tuesday failed to establish any comic identity that would make the audience remember him or the material. I wonder how critics feel when they are so wrong about somebody. Like, I'm sure with every famous person, especially like musicians or comedians, at some point a critic has egotistically claimed, oh, they'll never be famous. And then they are completely proven wrong. These lyrics from Ariana Grande's song Thank You Next about how she gonna make that shit last when she gets married. Her marriage to Dalton Gomez just ended after only 2 years. One day I'll walk down the aisle holding hands with my mama. I'll be thanking my dad because she grew from the drama. Only want to do it once, real bad. Gonna make that shit last. God forbid something happens, aka SpongeBob SquarePants. Least this song is a smash. You know what I was thinking about the other day? Why do we even have SpongeBob SquarePants the musical? Why was that ever a thing? I can admit when musicals go too far. Yeah, listen, I know money. I know the answer to it. I mean more so from a, we didn't need this. This quote from Popular Mechanics magazine in 1949 about how future computers will weigh no more than 1.5 tons. Can you imagine? My current laptop weighs a mere 4 pounds. We're just lugging around 1.5 tons of a computer. Why do we have High School Musical, the musical, the series? That's a good question, too. This note that someone's father wrote to their mother about how he'll be in his children's lives. In 2001, my father wrote this letter to my mom promising that he would be in my life. I have not seen him since 2008. He lives 30 minutes away. Feels bad, man. And finally, this person's prediction about touchscreens. Enough said. Apparently, none of you guys realize how bad of an idea a touchscreen is on a phone. I foresee some pretty obvious and pretty major problems here. Okay, Jeff. Low ranked. You know, this just goes to show there's always been that guy. This is not some new thing in 2023 where there's always that guy. There's always that guy who's got to be so loudly wrong. It's been going on for forever. Or at least as far back as 2007. Okay, that's the first and last time I will ever read a BuzzFeed article. All right, we're going to talk about this story. Actually, let me just go through what we're talking about tonight. So we're going to cover this story. Did you see the Bradley Cooper update? Yeah, I did. Basically, the family of Leonard Bernstein was like, we have no problem with Bradley Cooper's makeup. And we're sure our father wouldn't either. Okay, I still stand by the fact that the nose was so unnecessary and made him look bad. When Leonard Bernstein was actually a hottie. And yeah, so whatever the family says, whatever anybody says, at the end of the day, I still stand by that the prosthetic nose Bradley Cooper has on in the photos that we've seen from Maestro, this new movie he's in about Leonard Bernstein's life, are very unnecessary. So, unnecessary from like a why. He looks bad. Bradley Cooper's nose in real life was much closer to what Leonard Bernstein's nose looked like. Is the movie out yet? The trailer is out. Yeah, and also, like, him getting that role from Jake Gyllenhaal, I'm like, okay, you better do a good-ass fucking job. All right, so we're going to talk about this story. We're going to do some WGA strike updated. We're going to talk about anti-aging TikTok and why it's finally time to delete the app. And then we are going to talk about the cult of Donald J. Trump. But we're going to start here. I'll be right back. Okay. My phone has a charge on it. There you go. All right, so my sister, Liz, she never ever sends me any stories. She's never like, "Oh my God, did you see this?" My Jen will do that to me all the time. My sister Jen. My mom sends me like 10 things a day. My sister Liz never sends me stories, and she also never says, "You need to talk about this on stream." So she sent me this, and I had already seen it, and I was planning to talk about it on stream, but she was so adamant that I cover this story on stream because she's so mad. And she's especially mad about Nickelback. Also, I just you made a PowerPoint for the Scream Queens finale. Oh, perfect. We're going to be watching that. Oh, yeah, I forgot to say we're watching the Scream Queens finale tonight. She's especially mad about Nickelback because, one, it's Nickelback, and two, they're Canadian. What the hell is Nickelback doing getting $2 million in COVID funds? Okay, so this is a throwback to the insane year of 2020 to like the end of 2021 when all hell had broken loose in regards to PPP loans and what we're going to talk about here, which is the Save Our Stages grant program. It's called the Shuttered Venue Operators Grant. So basically, the government had all this money, taxpayer funds, and we're handing it out to mostly corporations and wealthy people like it was a free poster that somebody standing on the corner will hand you. It's like, save the whales. So this new article dropped, and so we're going to look at the Variety article, and then we are going to look at this Insider article that goes even deeper. And it's about how celebrities like Post Malone, Nickelback, Lil Wayne, so many others received millions in money that they do not have to pay back because it's part of the Save Our Stages grant program. They received millions in grants, even though we have no idea how that money was spent. With COVID cases and hospitalizations again on the rise as new variant EG5 spreads across the US, it's hard not to feel like we've been trapped in a frustrating time loop, with headlines that seem plucked straight out of 2021. And now there's another pandemic-related controversy that feels like a throwback. A new report alleges that hundreds of millions in taxpayer funds that were supposed to help independent arts and events venues through the crisis instead went to millionaire rock stars, including Benihana Air/electronic musician Steve Aoki, legally troubled singer Chris Brown, and Magic the Gathering superfan/rapper Post Malone. Like, of all the names on here, Chris Brown's pisses me off to no end. It's a scenario reminiscent of the controversy around the PPP loans, in which taxpayer money that was earmarked for small businesses went instead to large companies owned by then President Donald Trump, reality TV stars, and global fast food chains. But in the case of those PPP loans, recipients at least had to jump through certain hoops to avoid repayment, even though that was pretty easy to overcome. So we already have this enraging issue with PPP loans that went to politicians, that went to corporations who laid off workers anyway and didn't need the fucking money, to just individually wealthy people. Even though There are people who got money who absolutely deserved and needed it. Most people who got something in the form of a loan or a grant did so in a way that was playing the system. These funds, part of the Congress-approved Shuttered Venue Operators Grant, don't ever need to be repaid, which means that many famous folks with seemingly healthy bank accounts reportedly raked in millions that they'll get to keep forever. And to be clear, all of this was completely above board, as while the expectation was that the money would be used to support employees and replace lost revenue, it could just as legally use the money to pay themselves. This was the problem with these loans and with these grants. The government did not specify how they needed to be used. It was more so a, like, you know, we'll take your word for it, or it's an honesty policy, but there was nothing legal wise that would have obligated the people and the companies receiving these funds to actually use them on their employees and to, like, keep their companies afloat. Now, they had some rules. They absolutely lacked oversight, but they didn't have rules when it came to, you know, can you use this money to pay yourself, which we know a lot of that money was how it was used. As of publication time, none of the artists named in the report have shared detailed information on how their grant money was disbursed. Shocking. Citing the confidentiality of business records, the Small Business Administration declined to share information from any of the musicians' grant applications. Yeah, so again, it feels very shady because they are refusing to share any information on how these grants were dispersed, aka free money that they were given. According to a report from Insider, a corporation fronted by Malone, who per Texas Monthly spent $2 million this summer on a single collectible playing card, successfully applied for a $10 million grant from the SBA-administered program. He also bought like a $12 million house in 2021. A company fronted by Brown also received $10 million, aka Chris Brown. Aoki's company, DJ Kid Millionaire Touring Inc., received $9.9 million. Other artists and bands and their grant amounts, according to Insider. This is not the full list, by the way. Becky G got $2.2 million. Common got $2.8. Father John Misty got $1.7. Korn got $5.3. Leanne Rimes got $2 million. Melissa Etheridge got $3.9. Nickelback got $2 million. They don't even fucking live in America. Keep that in mind. Nickelback is Canadian. Slipknot got 9.7. Smashing Pumpkins got 8.6. Vampire Weekend got 8.3. And Usher got 3.1. The SBA struggled to manage the grant program, which was initially called the Save Our Stages campaign from the very beginning. The overwhelmed government agency took 6 months to start distributing money and sent applicants to a non-functional website, prompting Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton to say then that the rollout and execution of the grant program have been a disaster. And this was a big problem, is that there were so many people who were applying for funds, applying for loans, applying for grants. It overwhelmed the system. You know, the employees who were a part of managing these programs did not have enough manpower. People were coming down on politicians' asses, and so then politicians would put pressure on you know, like something like the SBA to get this money out faster, and therefore you lost you lost any chance of having oversight, accountability, etc., etc. Now, there are some artists who paid their teams out of their pocket. Taylor Swift was one, Justin Bieber was one, Bonnie Raitt was one. So you see that it was possible that there were rich celebrities who looked at the situation and went, you know what? I can afford to pay my employees while this terrible pandemic is ongoing. I'm not going to take money that should go to an independent artist or an independent company that actually really needs it. Yeah, based Bieber. So I want to play this video or I want to play this short clip of Senator Schumer, who was the co-sponsor, he was like the sponsor or the co-sponsor of the bill, Save Our Stages. Listen to him talking about it, and then you'll realize why it is so outrageous that $200 million ended up going to rich celebrities.
Today, one of the most powerful lawmakers in Congress paid a visit to a small music venue in Rochester.
He was there to tout the American Rescue Plan as well as Save Our Stages, which is designed to help independent arts venues. Dan Gross joining us now to discuss. Dan.
That's right, Adam. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer was at the Bug Jar today.
No, we don't get a lot of Senate Majority Leaders here, believe it or not.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer was at the Bug Jar today, where he broke down the Save Our Stages Act locally. The legislation provides 6-month grants to arts venues that had their revenues decimated by the pandemic and the resulting shutdowns. The grants help venues that couldn't receive PPP funding since their staffs were laid off, leading the senator to declare,
"We saved the Bug Jar."
The owner of the Bug Jar, Aaron Gabalski, addressed...
I just want to be clear. There are many small independent venues that have shut down for good because of the pandemic. They were not able to receive any money or enough money to stay open. Like, there are some historic places in Los Angeles that closed their doors for good and have never reopened. And so to see that like Post Malone got $10 million of free money, Post Malone, when I drove down the street the other day and this place I used to love to go to called The Dime, like windows boarded up, etc., like have been out of business now for 2 years.
How dire the need was for his venue, which hasn't been open at all since the pandemic and the resulting shutdowns started.
Well, almost every regulation that's come about through this whole thing has we've checked basically every box as it happened. The limited occupancy, being seated, serving food with each cocktail, just all of them really didn't fit this type of venue.
Each one of these Save Our Stages grants amounts equal to about 45% of gross revenue lost in 2019, up to $10 million for venues. Now, this can be used to cover a wide range of costs. Fringe Festival producer Erica Fee says this will help all performing arts centers look ahead.
This will literally allow the performing arts and venues to start planning now for their reopening. So many of them didn't even have the funding to open right now in order to start booking, to start planning.
But for the Bug Jar,
And it'll basically stretch this out a little more until what we're all assuming will be, everyone will be vaccinated, things will be open, things will be getting back to normal, and it'll just buy us that time to get open again.
now venues can start applying for these grants April 8th. Now, you can find the whole press conference along with some maybe tidbits about the Senate Majority Leader's comments on some of his...
Okay, so 6 months after the Save Our Stages bill was passed, so many of these independent venues still had not received a dime in support. And that is, I think, when all hell broke loose and it was kind of a free-for-all. And that's why I don't necessarily place all the blame on rich celebs, even though they should absolutely know better than to be applying for this money. I place the blame on on agencies, and we're going to talk about one in particular that has gotten that like was the agency that received the most money and represents people like Post Malone, and they end up getting a 10% cut of that. So I'm not saying that like the blame is to lie on someone like Post Malone. It was the government, and it was also the companies and corporations that had the ability to kind of get cut through the red tape and get a lot of money and much faster than people who actually needed it. Okay, so the SBA struggled to manage the grant program, which was initially called the Save Our Stages campaign from the very beginning. The overwhelmed government agency took 6 months to start distributing money and sent applicants to a non-functional website, prompting Arizona Congressman Greg Stanton to say then that the rollout and execution of the grant program had been a disaster. I already fucking read that. These delays prompted 55 senators, 55 fries, 55 burgers to send a letter to the head of the SBA in June 2021, urging it to cut through the red tape and to send the funds more quickly. The SVOG program is unique, the senators wrote, with necessary restrictions built in to ensure taxpayer funding goes only to eligible applicants in need. Well, we know that that's not true. And it was a lifeline for many, says Meredith Lindsay Shade, a nonprofit theater exec. We can now look back 3 years later and say there wasn't enough oversight of the program, she said. But the reality is that when there's a fire that's burning, you look around and try to put that fire out. Now, here's the thing, okay? There are a lot of people and corporations that received loans or grants, even though they were, they should not have been eligible to do so. And despite loans needing to be paid back, a lot of people and a lot of companies were able to get out of paying their loans by just jumping through a few hoops. However, yours truly, who was overpaid, according to the thing that I received from the government, who was overpaid by $200, had to pay every single dime back. I was only eligible in 2020 for like 3 months of unemployment money. And yet the government came back to me and said, oh, by the way, you owe us $200 because we overpaid you. I got like a total of, I think I got a total of maybe less than let's see. It was like around $3,000 in total was all the unemployment money that I received. And so they took that money out of my tax return the next year. It was wild. Did I have a job? I had a job up until May of 2020, and then I got let go. And then I started working again at the end of August. I don't even remember what it was, but apparently they were like, yeah, we gave you $200 too much. So I didn't even have a chance to fight it because they took it out of my tax return. They're like, don't worry, we'll handle it for you. But meanwhile, there are all these fucking rich people and corporations who received millions, tens of millions, and oh, they're good. They're good. And my sister's also pissed off, my middle sister, because she lost her job during the pandemic. Ended up getting a job at Lou Malnati's pizza place just so she could stay afloat. Lou Malnati's was not taking COVID precautions. She didn't feel safe. She was living at home with my parents. My dad, who we thought, we were worried was very susceptible. And so my sister ended up quitting her job because of issues of safety. And so then the government refused to let her have any unemployment. They refused to let her be on unemployment because they're like, no, you quit your job. As dumb. Okay, now let's take a look at this, which is a deeper dive. Early 2021 was a prosperous time for Austin Richard Post, better known as the Sunflower Singer, Post Malone. While many of his entertainment industry colleagues struggled to pay rent under the pandemic-era lockdowns that decimated live music in the U.S., Post bought a 9,000 square foot ski chalet in Park City, Utah, which had been listed for $11.5 million in an all-cash transaction that February. By May, he'd bought an industrial space in a Salt Lake City suburb that had been listed for $1.45 million. There, he opened a commercial forge to craft knives and swords as a hobby. Post representative told the city's planning commission. But later that year, a corporation controlled by Post successfully applied for a $10 million grant from a taxpayer-funded federal program intended to provide emergency assistance to help struggling arts groups recover from the pandemic. This program, the Shuttered Venue Operators Grant, was a lifeline for the live entertainment business. Administered by the Small Business Administration, it doled out $14.5 billion to institutions like movie theaters, ballets, operas, talent agents, performing arts venues, and museums. Unlike the Paycheck Protection Program, which many venues didn't qualify for, the Shuttered Venue Program was a grant, not a loan. Qualified applicants were eligible for up to $10 million with no obligation to repay. SFOG was there to save us and to carry us through, Meredith Lynn Shade, who was managing an off-Broadway theater company, said when the pandemic hit. But the Shuttered Venue Program was also plagued by ineffective oversight and loopholes that allowed some of the biggest names in the music industry to get huge payouts. R&B artist Chris Brown got $10 million. He should have to give back. You know what? He should have to just give that to women, okay? Rapper Lil Wayne got $8.9 million. 90s rockers The Smash Pumpkins got $8.6 million. Nickelback, yes, Nickelback received $2 million. All told, insiders identified dozens of corporations and limited liability companies controlled by high-profile musical artists that received grants through the program. A single financial management firm in Los Angeles successfully submitted grants on behalf of 97 artists, venues, and managers, amounting to more than $250 million in grant payouts. So this was the company that I was talking about. Okay, so insiders analysis found including more than $200 million for big name artists alone. So not only did Vampire Weekend get $8.3 million, Vampire Weekend's manager also received a grant for $3 million. It's just like, what? And then Malone's manager, Electric Feel, and a company run by his agent received grants totaling $20 million. So how is it that Post Malone got $10 million, his manager got $10 million, and a company run by his agent got $10 million? If the whole idea was supposed to be like, oh, Post Malone is getting that $10 million so he can make sure that the people who work for him are still getting paid, well, his manager and his agent got a total of $20 million. Publicly, the bill that created this Shuttered Venues grant was marketed as supporting behind-the-scenes workers at indie venues and small stages, not arena-filling musicians. Senator Chuck Schumer, one of the lawmakers who sponsored what was then known as the Save Our Stages bill, told his constituents that the money would be used for independent live venue operators, independent movie theaters, and cultural institutions such as live performing arts organizations and museums. At a star-studded ceremony in April, Schumer was honored by the Recording Academy, the group behind the Grammys, for passing the bill.
I have a $5 sub. That's pretty close.
That is pretty close. Thank you, Dawn, for the year. Oops, sorry, I missed this one. PP Sharky, thank you for the prime. Where was I? A spokesperson for Schumer declined to comment. Hundreds of musicians and other performing artists signed an open letter to Congress asking them to support neighborhood independent venues where many of them had gotten their starts. Some of these same artists controlled companies that went on to receive multi-million-dollar payouts from the program, including Steve Aoki and Portugal the Man. The shuttered venue program helped save thousands of entertainment venues and operators across the country during a COVID-19 pandemic, an SBA spokesperson said in a statement. Nearly half the grant money went to businesses with fewer than 5 full-time employees, the smallest of small businesses, the spokesperson added. But some of the artist businesses that Insider analyzed would fit into that category. For instance, Aoki's corporation, DJ Kid Millionaire, told the government it had just 4 full-time employees on its application for a $71,000 PPP loan. So you're telling me that Steve Aoki's company has just 4 full-time employees, and yet he received $10 million? And there was no law, there was no rule against him paying himself out of that money. Mr. Sarcastic, thank you for the year. A lack of controls. There's no indication that payments to big-name artists broke the law. Though the legislation was targeted at live performing arts organization operators, an SBA rep confirmed to Insider that artists themselves were included within its scope. The government is still determining just how much pandemic-era aid went to fraudulent claims. In June, the SBA Inspector General released a report contending that 8% of the loans disbursed by the Paycheck Protection Program, which pumped about $800 billion into the U.S. economy during the lockdowns, might have been fraudulent. The agency's economic injury disaster loans, which paid out about $400 billion, had an even higher rate of potential fraud. 1/3. If you guys weren't fraudulently getting money in the pandemic, what were you even doing? Fraudsters blew the money on things like sports cars, luxury handbags, and gold bars, the Inspector General found. The SBA has disputed those findings and touted its oversight of this shuttered venue program in particular as wildly successful. The agency estimates that less than 1% of grants disbursed through SVOG were fraudulent. But here's the thing, it doesn't matter if they were fraudulent or not. It does not mean that the money went to people who should have been eligible. So whether or not, according to the books, it was legitimate, doesn't take away from the fact that really, really rich people got even richer in a pandemic. Can't blame anyone for taking free money, but it shouldn't have been allowed to happen. Yeah, that's my take on it as well. Industry sources contacted by... Actually, I do fucking blame Chris Brown, though. Fuck Chris Brown. Industry sources contacted by Insider defended the shuttered venue program by pointing out that many artists typically contract with hundreds of sound and lighting technicians, costumers, drivers, security personnel, and other contractors when they put together a tour. All those contractors were out of work during the lockdowns, and artists applying for grants could have used the money to help keep them afloat. But, and this is a big but, there was no requirement that they spend the money that way. The grant money was intended as replacement for lost revenue, and recipients could spend it on things like existing mortgage payments, taxes, and payroll, including paying themselves. The lack of spending controls created opportunities for impropriety, according to the SBA's Inspector General and sources reached by Insider. For one, applicants needed to get the SBA's approval on a detailed budget to receive a grant and to submit documentation showing how the money was eventually spent. But after they had the money, recipients were permitted to shift it around to different authorized uses. It called the practice concerning and out of line with how the SBA administers other grants. So, that's the other thing, is that this is not normally how it goes when you receive grant money. The government doesn't normally just give you free money and then say, yeah, use it however you want. We're not going to check. Whatever. We trust you. This was just a very unique time because of the pandemic. Scraping by, but I'm so glad my labor could help these struggling. Yeah, I just think of all of the people who were still required to go to work every day, and we're not looking at increases in their pay, even though they were having to risk their health to work and were having to work more. And, you know, just how many people suffered and are still suffering. And you see this stuff and it just makes it it's so maddening. Insider contacted more than 60 grant recipients. Oh, okay, wait, I skipped this. Moreover, companies that contract with artists to support tours were themselves eligible to receive SVOG funding, raising questions about whether some companies were paid from artist grants while also receiving grants themselves. For instance, two of the biggest sound system providers for touring, 8th Day Sound and Claire Global, received 10 million grants. Okay, so I looked up Claire Global. Claire Global, which absorbed 8th Day Sound, is now the largest sound system provider in the music business. Both of these companies received $10 million grants, so they received $20 million. But Claire Global also received a $71 million loan. I couldn't find how much of that loan has been paid back. I don't know if Claire Global was able to jump through hoops like many other companies and corporations have to avoid paying back these loans. But it's like, okay, so Claire Global received a $71 million loan and then also received $20 million in grant money, which they don't have to pay back. And then artists who use Claire Global also received millions in grant money. But even though the idea was that they would receive this money and then use that to pay their sound operators, you know what I'm saying? Insider contacted more than 60 grant recipients, including Claire and 8th Day, as well as the artists named in this article, but none of them shared detailed information and most did not respond. 8th Day's president, Tom Arcos, said he had no insight into how 8th Day used the grant money because Claire Global has handled its finances since the merger. But he was surprised when an insider reporter shared the names of some of the artists whose companies received grant money. Like, okay, the president of this company doesn't even know how his company's grant money is being used. Other stars like Bonnie Raitt and Justin Bieber paid their production crews from their own pockets when the pandemic canceled their concerts. There were few limits on how the money could be spent. The grants couldn't be used directly for some things like buying real estate or making political donations, but under SBA guidelines, the grants could be used to pay owner compensation, an amount that the agency capped at whatever the owner earned. So in other words, Post Malone or the members of NICKLEBACK could have used at least some grant money to pay themselves directly without violating the program's rules. There's no evidence that they did so, but there's also no evidence that they didn't. And artists weren't the only ones free to get in on the action. The SBA told Insider that grant recipients could pay the lawyers, managers, and accountants who prepared the applications whatever was ordinary and necessary, a figure as high as 15%. Business managers, talent agents, and others surrounding the artists also cashed in directly. Two companies owned by Post Malone, again, two, owned by his co-managers, received grants totaling nearly $20 million. One of his co-managers didn't appear to be hurting for money. In 2021 and 2022, he spent $25 million on a Miami beach estate. Why did this man receive $10 million in free money? Two entities partly owned by the legendary talent manager Irving Azoff, whose firm's clients include the Eagles, Lizzo, Harry Styles, and Gwen Stefani, together got $17.5 million from the program. Marty Singer, a lawyer for Azoff, fucking Marty Singer, told Insider that the companies complied with the SVOG program's rules and that Azoff himself was not in need of any bailout funds. Okay, just because you're saying that he wasn't in need of it doesn't mean that he then did not pay himself out of those funds. In November 2021, Azoff purchased a $21.5 million Beverly Hills estate adjoining another home that he owns. But this guy managed to get $17.5 million in grant money. Irving Azoff did not benefit personally. My client doesn't need SVOG money to buy a house. Again, I don't care that you want to brag about your client being so rich that they wouldn't need free money from the government. The thing is that they still got it. Irving Azoff still got $17.5 million. Publicly traded companies were ineligible for grant money, but the concert powerhouse Live Nation still was able to benefit from shuttered venue funding as a slew of its subsidiaries were bolstered by grant money. In a statement, isn't that crazy? That even though publicly traded companies were ineligible, their subsidiaries weren't. In a statement, a representative for Live Nation said that the company has no ability to control whether its subsidiaries access aid programs, adding that the subsidiaries used every resource legally available to them to support their employees through the crisis. Meanwhile, smaller and less celebrated orgs struggled to access shuttered venue funding. Many applicants found it difficult to navigate the requirements, which contributed to 30% of applications being denied, compared with a 3% denial rate for PPP funds. The owner of a New Orleans escape company room complained to The Intercept in 2021 that the SBA was creating winners and losers in the same industry because the arbitrariness of the awards. The agency was initially so unprepared for the onslaught of applications that its online portal crashed and was offline for 2 weeks. Some small business owners were told that the SBA had denied them funding because the agency believed they were dead. Man. So it's like the people who really desperately needed the money were in many cases not able to get any because it was so difficult, like, to apply for these funds. But then for others, it was a piece of cake. The Inspector General is conducting an additional audit of the grant program. Because, like, sometimes, and this is what drives me, this is what is so maddening about the fact that the government was like, you owe us $200 and we're going to take it out of your tax return. There were so many applications for X amount of dollars that were then given X plus amount of dollars. In some cases, that was like millions of extra money that they were accidentally given. And the agency didn't take any steps to recover the overpayments. I'm like, okay, but sure, you got my $200. Okay, so this firm, NKSFB, is an asset management firm that is the one that helped get more than $260 million in taxpayer money for many of the celebrities that we have just mentioned. One partner at this firm bragged to Billboard that they helped clients explore outside-the-box funding streams, like this Shuttered Venues grant program. Oh, okay. Outside-the-box funding streams. So what they did is that they would file these grant applications on behalf of these celebrities that we've just mentioned, like Post Malone, Chris Brown, Steve Aoki. And then they got 10% of every single grant amount. So they got millions of dollars from doing this. A veteran NKSFB manager, Michael Oppenheim, was initially skeptical that his clients would qualify for the grant because they're so rich. But after he was told that an application on behalf of an unnamed jazz musician had gone through, Oppenheim decided to give the idea a try. Within weeks, NKSFB had submitted applications on behalf of dozens of its popular mainstream artist and band clients. Under SBA rules, the firm would be permitted to take a cut of each grant. Insane. AKA loopholes to exploit. Yes, that's exactly what this is. Loopholes to exploit. Hold on one sec. If you look at the name of the program, it's the Shuttered Venue Operator Grant. Nowhere in there do you hear performer or artist or any of that. We can now look back 3 years later and say there wasn't enough oversight. But the reality is that when there's a fire that's burning, you look around and try to put that fire out. Yeah, I get that. But still, it's very, very frustrating. Anyway. This is just like the latest... This is just like the latest COVID funds controversy, and it's just so infuriating that at a time when millions of us were out of work, at risk of losing our homes, you know, couldn't pay the bills, were struggling to buy groceries, and, you know, so many of us are still in a hole financial-wise because of those early years of the pandemic. And so every time I see a story like this that details how really rich people got millions of dollars in the pandemic, it makes my blood boil. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. I could not make it to the P.O. box because I didn't have a car today. Unfortunately, I'm sad. So I will be going hopefully tomorrow if I have a car. My rent went up $1,000 after... Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you guys feel just as frustrated seeing a story like this and knowing how shitty that time was in the pandemic. And, you know, a lot of you probably had to keep going to work. Some of you probably working at minimum wage jobs where you didn't get a raise and you were having to, you know, you were having to risk your health by going into work every day. You know, I think about all the doctors and the nurses who were just overworked, went through so much physically and mentally being on the front lines of COVID. And just to see all of these people who got a bunch of money for free, who didn't need it. It was so difficult for me to apply for unemployment in the first place. And then I finally qualified. And then, like I said, the government came back and was like, oh, we accidentally paid you $200 too much. But don't worry, we'll just take it out of your tax return. Yeah, and it's like, listen, I don't care that Post Malone, I don't care how he wants to spend his money. If he wants to buy one, whatever the fuck card it was, for $2 million, that's up to him. But I do care when I read something that says that he received $10 million in grant money. It was so hard for me to get unemployment too. I was on furlough for 4 months. Yeah, it was a nightmare. It was a nightmare. We probably all have some story about how COVID made our lives so much harder and the government was not supporting us in the way that we needed. Best thing was when I was struggling when they added $600 unemployment. It was like being paid what we should have been. Yeah, and then they took that away. And then they were like, no. You don't get any more money. Goodbye. Okay, so I haven't gone over this yet, even though the news dropped a couple days ago, but it has to do with the interim agreements that I have been pissed off about. People Kiss, thank you for the 4 months. Okay, so we've been talking about the interim agreements, which SAG-AFTRA wants to be very clear are not waivers and are instead agreements, are contracts. It means that an independent company that wants to keep filming has to agree to the final terms of the SAG-AFTRA and AMPTP contract. But there was a lot of backlash to it, and for good reason. It's kind of been a split issue within SAG-AFTRA, but most WGA members who I've seen talk about it are very much so against these projects because it hurts WGA solidarity while helping SAG-AFTRA in a way that doesn't help the members who need it the most. So SAG-AFTRA announced on Monday that it will no longer grant interim agreements to independent projects that were written under a WGA contract. So that means like pretty much every project that they've given an interim agreement to so far would not have qualified, but they're going to honor the 207 independent projects that they gave these interim agreements to. SAG-AFTRA argued that the agreements supported the strike because they involved independent producers who agreed to all the union's demands, but they have caused considerable backlash as some members felt they undermined the strike's overall impact. Monday's announcement was the first concession to that backlash. The union agreed that going forward, it will not approve projects that were written under a WGA contract and will be produced in the U.S. Because the other thing is that not only are these projects using WGA scripts and the WGA is on strike, which of course then begs the question, who's going to fix those scripts? Because WGA writers can't. We don't have interim agreements that we're handing out. The other thing is that a lot of these independent productions are really not so independent. It's just that they are not being made by one of the major companies in Hollywood that fall under the AMPTP umbrella. So it's like, okay, a lot of these productions, even though they're independent, they still have financing by AMPTP companies because that's how, like, that's what you have to do when you are an indie film that has a $20 million budget, is you have Apple or you have Amazon or you have Netflix, whatever, who's financially backing you. So the idea that like, oh, we're on strike, but we're going to allow all, we're handing out these interim agreements like it's candy, even though these interim agreements still do involve AMPTP companies because they are the financiers of many of these production companies or many of these independent films, and then will end up being distributed by the AMPTP, which makes it hard, which makes the whole like turning off the faucet a lot harder because the AMPTP is like, oh yeah, we'll just have all this content, all this finished content ready to go when the strike ends, so we're not in a rush. The move is a signal of solidarity with the WGA strike, which began on May 2nd. The WGA rules forbid members from engaging in writing services, but do not preclude WGA-covered scripts from being produced. The SAG-AFTRA decision will not affect the 207 projects that have already been approved. In order to obtain an interim agreement, producers must show that they do not have financing from companies in the AMPTP, and you'll notice that there's been a severe drop-off in the number of projects that have gotten these interim agreements. Because, one, it's going to be really hard to show that you don't have financing from any AMPTP producers, and two, that you're not using a script that was written by a member of the WGA. So it's kind of like, this is basically the best way to support truly independent films and also not break the solidarity that WGA has worked so hard to maintain. So this is your time to shine. All my independent filmmakers out there, you got a script, you got a camera. This is it, baby, because they're not handing out these interim agreements anymore to the big guns. So if you've always wanted to have, I don't know, insert famous actor's name in your project, this could be your chance, because they ain't got any other work to do. So yes, now this is for true independent films. Not an independent film that stars Matthew McConaughey and has a $50 million budget. Okay, moving right along. So, I talked at length yesterday. Actually, I pretty much have every single day about how obvious it is that the Hollywood publications have a bias towards the AMPTP. I talked about why that is. I talked about how you can spot that. So this is the latest. This is what pissed me off today. I feel like every day it's a new, like, what pissed me off today. So this was an article that dropped in Variety, and I just want to show you the author because he's been writing a lot of these. Gene Mattis. I'm going to show you him and you're going to be like, oh yeah, that guy is exactly what I thought. That guy is exactly who I thought would be the author of these scabby articles. He looks AI generated. Gene Mattis, who's doing everything that he can to shill for the AMPTP. So this was the article. TV staff minimum remains a key sticking point, but some in WGA privately grumble. Nobody asked for this. Here's the thing. And I tweeted about this. Nobody asked for this, said one prominent showrunner. Every showrunner I know is against this. It doesn't make sense to anybody. Gene Mattis over at Variety is trying to one guy, a union filled with 11,500 people. Nobody asked for this, said one prominent showrunner. I would bet you all of the money that I have that is Tyler Sheridan. It was probably Tyler Sheridan, who we all know he hates us. Tyler Sheridan is only a member of the WGA in name, okay? He is not one of us. We do not claim him. So I want to point out a couple things about this. First of all, the reason why the TV staff minimum remains such a vital part of this new contract and why the WGA is being so adamant that it is codified into the contract is because that is what the members have asked for. I explained that the last year leading up to this strike, the WGA has sent out surveys. They have talked with the members. They have had meetings. They wanted to know, what is it that you guys need in this next contract? What is it that we need to make sure we fight like hell for? And one of those things, and one of the things that was the biggest thing, was staff minimums, was fighting back against the mini room, which has become the norm in this industry and is one of the main reasons that so many writers can no longer afford to remain in this business. Rusty, thank you for the 10 months. So this isn't coming out of thin air. This is not just something that the WGA made up and decided to be assholes on. This is what thousands of members asked for, including many show writers. And if you go to, if you type into Twitter, like WGA AMPTP, I have seen so many showrunners, prominent showrunners, tweeting this article and being like, hi, I'm a showrunner. I asked for this. Hi, I'm a showrunner. I asked for this too. Because this is one of the biggest problems in the industry, and especially one that affects lower level writers. Because old heads don't have to deal with the constant threat of the mini room like new writers do. So this is something that thousands of writers answered on various surveys or whatever else was sent to them that they needed to have in the new contract. So Gene Mattis is a bootlicker is probably getting... Yeah, so the way that this works is that publications like Variety, Hollywood Reporter, Deadline, they have... well, first of all, they are owned by Penske Media, which also owns Dick Clark Productions, which is part of the AMPTP. So the executives, the heads of these publications, have a vested interest in controlling the narrative so that it sounds so that at the end of the day it is positive towards the AMPTP and negative towards the WGA without being like totally obvious to a layperson. But then within these publications there are journalists who are friendly to the AMPTP, like dear Gene Mattis. And so that's why he's pumping out pieces like this. He's pumping out pieces like this. WGA response to studios indicates no quick end to sight, where basically he is placing the blame for the continuation of the strike on the WGA. Nobody asked for this. The AMPTP at first refused to even consider the idea of a minimum staff size. But in its latest proposal, it offered to give showrunners flexibility to hire a certain number of writers depending on the budget of the show. The WGA, meanwhile, has continued to make it clear that it wants a fixed minimum staff size for all shows. Like I explained yesterday, and I'll say it again for those who weren't in here, showrunners have always had the latitude to set the size of their writer's room. The problem are the studios and the streamers who say, no, we're not paying for that. So it doesn't matter if the showrunners in theory have that power, which they've already had. If it's not in the contract, if a set amount of writers is not specified and stipulated per the contract, then we're just going to continue to get crushed by these mini rooms. Don't most industry people read these articles and aren't they too obvious to fool anyone? Yes and no. So I would say people in the WGA, like your average WGA member seeing this shit is like, okay, this is just fucking bullshit. It's so obvious how transparent the bias is here. It's so obvious, like knowing also that the AMPTP just hired 2 external PR firms, that they're working overtime to try and make themselves look good because they think it'll drive a wedge within the union. To WGA members, I would safely say we aren't led astray by these. SAG-AFTRA or other unions, you know, SAG-AFTRA also being on strike, but also other unions that have been supporting the WGA, they might read that and they've been facing, you know, they've been staring down the barrel of 3+ months of unemployment. You know, every single day you have articles dropping about hairstylists, makeup artists, crew members, you know, all of these other industries within Hollywood whose people are suffering because the AMPTP will not respond, you know, they won't respond to the very reasonable demands of the WGA. So those are the people that I worry about. I worry about people who aren't in the industry. So like if you go to Google News, this is the first thing that I see. And if you look under entertainment, it'll pop up. Variety, TV staff minimum remains key sticking point, but some in WGA privately grumble. Nobody asked for this. So to somebody who doesn't understand what's going on here, doesn't understand that this journalist, that this publication has the obligation has a vested interest in supporting the AMPTP and therefore is biased in their reporting, they read that headline and what they take away from it, and maybe they don't even read the article, but what they take away from it is that there's problems brewing within the WGA and that our solidarity is not actually as strong as we've made it out to be. Do the mini rooms contribute to burnout, or is it just the fact that they reduce? It's the fact that they reduce job opportunities for writers overall, but also that they are putting so much pressure on showrunners. So this is why showrunners, most showrunners, besides whoever the hell this one guy is in the article, most showrunners have been begging for minimum staff sizes because so much pressure has been put on the showrunner since the size of the room has been drastically reduced due to the mini rooms. And the fact that even the writers who are part of the mini room don't get to be on set. So it's just the showrunner usually who is on set. It's the showrunner who's there from start to finish. And so showrunners are exhausted. They are overworked. So it's both burnout, but also, and I would say most importantly, the fact that it has really, really reduced job opportunities. And also, you know, writers who do manage to get TV jobs, like they're working, but they're not working for as long. So they're making way less money. I'm a showrunner who's very much for this and knows that there were thousands of survey responses from WGA members who did, in fact, ask for it. Perfect timing with the divisive article and headlines. Variety, you are on it. Every showrunner, Anyways, you notice how much they're trying to act like this is the absolute worst thing we're asking for? It's because it's one of the most important. Truly, ask yourself why minimum room size is the thing that studios refuse to budge on. It's because they know if they gave us this, they couldn't gut the writer's room. That more people would have a chance to get in and to move up. It would actually save our profession. So that is a good point. The reason why the AMPTP and AMPTP friendly publications have been coming after this, even though there's other parts of the contract that have not been agreed upon, is because the AMPTP absolutely does not want to budge on this. They do not want the writers to get a minimum amount of writers for a minimum amount of weeks, because their goal is to squash screenwriting as a career and to instead gigify it. Becoming obsessed with how transparent the studio strategy is. Leak to friendly journalists and agents that a resolution's happening soon, get people's hopes up, and then try to turn members against the WGA when the WGA won't accept their shit offer. The studios literally offered showrunners... Excuse me, the studios literally offered showrunners can decide how many writers there are. That's already the case, and the showrunners are being pressured to hire fewer and fewer people. Do they think we are dumb? There's been 2 days of real negotiations. Why would we throw out our ass just because the studios are finally desperate? If they want us back, then it's time to listen. Anyway. All right. All right, T. We got to move on to the next thing. I've said it a million times. I'll say it again. Only listen to what comes from the WGA. I check my email every single day, seeing if there's something in my inbox from the WGA. I check Twitter. I am only listening to the negotiating committee and to other writers on Twitter, especially those who are like strike captains, etc., etc. So yeah, thanks for the context. You're welcome. That's the context. Don't like pay no attention to bullshit coming out of Variety. If it's not coming from the WGA, that means it's probably not true. Oat, thank you for the 10 months. A lot of news outlets don't give a fuck about this or any other issue. They only care about, yes, they do care about getting views, clicks, and attentions, but many times they do have a vested interest in being on one side of an issue. And in this case, these publications are beholden to the AMPTP because they share, you know, they share Penske Media Corporation. It's all corporate. Like, these publications are on the side of the corporations because of who they're owned by. All right, we're gonna move on to, let me think. Do I want to do the cult of Donald Trump, or do I want to do TikTok? We will watch. We'll watch Leisha's new video. Okay. Okay. Let me change this. Dun-dun-dun. He did everything right. I don't know why some of my YouTube videos are widescreen. Can somebody answer this question? Some of my videos are widescreen because I have an ultra wide monitor, and then some of them are not. Oh, what did I do? Oh God.
Today, an indictment was unsealed.
No. Oh no. Oh. Okay. Pretty sure it's just the creator's choice. Oh, okay. Okie dokie. All right, so we're going to watch this video. And then after that, we're going to cover anti-aging TikTok, which just made me so very depressed. So very depressed. So this is Leisha Miller. She is one of my faves. There's the link. And this is her video, The Cult of Donald Trump, which I consider myself a part of. So, you know what's funny is that Donald Trump's indictments are racking up so fast that content creators don't even have time to get out their content before another indictment is, on the table. So this video was filmed prior to Monday's new indictment against Trump out of Atlanta, Georgia, which just reinforces every argument I make herein. Please enjoy.
Today, an indictment was unsealed, charging Donald J. Trump with conspiring to defraud the United States.
I think it's a badge of honor.
It's not real. I don't think he's guilty of anything.
You know, it's not really
Absolutely
real
not.
insanity, isn't it?
Every time they file an indictment, we go way up in the polls.
The more you indict, the more we vote. We're going to vote for Donald Trump.
Yeah, it's absolutely.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Does that mean that you will be illegally voting? The more you indict, the more we vote for Donald Trump? Hello, what's that I hear? Voter fraud? Mark said, thank you for the tier 1.
Absolute bullshit. This is the only way that the Democrats have to beat President Trump.
One more indictment, and this election is closed out. Nobody has even a chance.
I was joking with Austin today that he should do his Trump voice, and rather than read the questions that we had for Cash App, they would all just be like, question number 1. Was the latest indictment charge against me fake news? Yes or yes? And the Cash App guys were like, yeah, no, we can't do that. I was like, okay, I was kidding. I was joking. But now I really want to do that. He's like, yeah, we would get in trouble. I was like, let's just see.
Month, former President Donald Trump faced his third criminal indictment of the year, this time for inciting the Capitol riots on January 6th and defrauding the U.S. government, among other things. In March, he was indicted for falsifying business records in connection with hush money he allegedly ordered to be paid to porn star Stormy Daniels. And in June, he was indicted in Miami for the willful retention of defense information, among other things, in connection with the classified documents found at Mar-a-Lago. And a fourth indictment seems likely right around the corner and will be announced out of Fulton County, Georgia, as soon as next month, in connection with that phone call he made after the 2020 election. Remember the one trying to get them to conveniently find 11,000 votes so he could win the state? Multiple criminal charges, a history of romantic and financial infidelity, more bankruptcy declarations under his belt than you can count, a pathological liar. And yet with each new indictment, the party of law and order and of good Christian values is closer than ever to nominating Donald Trump as their frontrunner yet again. And with each new
I was reading the New York Times today, and there was an opinion piece. We're still doing this. Okay, we are still doing these opinion pieces in the New York Times. And the person who wrote this piece was saying how Republicans could, they were basically being optimistic about Republicans finally waking up to Donald Trump and who he is. And I'm like, baby, we're on indictment 4. It hasn't changed shit. Why do you think that now, not just all the indictments aside, the last 7 years will change anything? That you think that people now in 2023 are going to go, you know what? I can't do it anymore. I can't throw down the hat. I can't support Donald Trump anymore. Yeah, just one more indictment will do it. Just one more.
Indictment, Trump gets a surge of support at the polls and in his pocket as he leverages the witch hunt against him to fire up his base of supporters, mostly working class folks, to give him, a millionaire, their money. The reason for Trump's initial rise to power in 2016 and his continued status as the most behemoth figure in Republican politics today is based on a number of things, from disinformation to a rise in populist fascism around the world to mass manipulation, the likes of which are typically reserved for cults and mind control. This is why America can't seem to shake the cult of Donald Trump. Roll the intro.
I've seen what Republicans say about Trump on Twitter. Here's the thing, okay? A lot of Trump supporters obviously loathe Democrats, but we can't forget about the crossover between people who voted for Obama and then voted for Trump. So it's not so much about them hating Democrats. I mean, the reason why people voted for Biden is because they fucking hated Donald Trump. That's what Biden ran on. At least I'm not Donald Trump. And people were like, yep, I guess that's true. But when it comes to Donald Trump, people love Donald Trump himself. They love everything that he represents. They have bought into the bullshit. That is why we're watching this video about the cult of Donald Trump, because that is the power that Donald Trump has. It's not about hating Democrats necessarily. It's not about, going towards Donald Trump because they hate the left. It's them loving Donald Trump so much that they went from voting for someone like Obama to voting for Donald Trump and continuing to support him today.
You guys are always asking me where I get my glasses, and the answer is Warby Parker. So I'm super excited to be partnering with Beige
Parker.
And Artie. If you a gem allowed him to grow to power. Understanding how we got here requires us to take a dive, as usual, into history to discover both who these people are that continue to support Trump, but also who Trump is, how the myth of him took hold and allowed him to grow to power in the first place. Donald Trump was born on June 14th, 1946.
Okay, I have never seen a baby photo of Donald Trump, but oh my God. Oh my God, that looks exactly like him. Holy shit. I never realized how much he looks like an alien.
He is, say it with me, a Gemini, classic. His father, Fred Trump, was a real estate developer, and after Donnie Trump somehow managed to graduate from college with a degree in economics, despite having seemingly never read a book once ever in his entire life, he then joined Daddy managing apartment complexes in Queens and Brooklyn in the 1970s. By 1973, they were charged with violating the Fair Housing Act by actively discriminating against black tenants. That won't stop them, though. Next, they bought the Commodore Hotel, revamped it, and reopened it as the Grand Hyatt Hotel, kicking off Trump's career as a Manhattan developer.
Okay, so it's wild that we have to remind people these things, but people who love Donald Trump love to keep claiming that here's a guy who built himself from the bottom up. When it's like, come on, man. No fucking billionaire has done that, including Donald Trump. And then, so like that aside, and then the fact that Donald Trump owes his wealth to the government. If it were not for the FHA, Fred Trump, his father, would not have become a successful real estate developer who then handed down his business to Donald Trump. So Donald Trump owes his family's wealth and his wealth to government programs. And then, of course, when he became president, and even before that, he railed against social programs. He did everything that he could to slash any help for anybody who needed it through government housing programs. And it's like this motherfucker made his, well, not just him, but his family. They made their family name thanks to the FHA.
In 1987, Trump solidified his reputation as a businessman, as the Ken doll whose job is business, when he wrote his first book, The Art of the Deal, which became a bestseller. He was so good at doing deals and being business that by 1990, he was nearly $1 billion in personal debt, though he managed to slither his way out of that one somehow. Then he did more business, filing for bankruptcy for the Trump Taj Mahal in 1991 and the Trump Plaza and Castle casinos in 1992. And while he was businessing around, he was also thinking, business is cool, but what is one step above businessman?
Okay, and then just a reminder, Donald Trump has applied for bankruptcy, has filed for bankruptcy 7 times now. Granted, he's been able to still maintain his wealth and maintain like this idea that he's a great businessman because he filed for corporate bankruptcy, which is something that you or I couldn't do, but that people like Donald Trump can do. And so not having to file for personal bankruptcy is makes a huge fucking difference. The other thing to keep in mind, since she just mentioned his casino bankruptcies, is that Donald Trump has been screwing workers out of money for decades now. So what happened with his multiple casinos that he filed for bankruptcy on is that many of the casino employees who had been convinced to invest their retirement savings in company stock and who were convinced that Donald Trump was some like super smart genius businessman lost all of their savings when his casinos would go down. So even though Donald Trump was fine, he would file for corporate bankruptcy. He was totally fine. His employees would lose their life savings. And there's let me see if I can find this. So his employees filed a class action lawsuit against Trump hotels and casino resorts following the 2004 bankruptcy. When the stock price was near its, the company forced the employees to sell their stock at a huge loss. More than 400 employees lost a total of more than $2 million from their retirement accounts. The lawsuit was ultimately dismissed, but the conflict shows how Trump's exploitation of bankruptcy laws for his personal gain did end up hurting his employees. I didn't realize he was as stupid as he is, says a former casino worker at Trump Plaza who asked not to be named. Honestly, I thought way back when the guy was way brighter than we were. He was running the company and we were working for him. We thought he was brilliant. When we invested in it, we thought, how could this stock go so low? So it just goes to show that Trump has really been pulling the wool over people's eyes for years. And he's managed to make it work. There are millions of people in this country who still think that he is a great businessman, who still think that he is a certified genius, who still think that he pulled himself up by his bootstraps, and even when he faced financial troubles, was able to get through them and become the man who he is today.
Oh yeah, president. And in 1999, he went on Larry King to say that he's planning on challenging Pat Buchanan for the Reform Party nomination for president. When that didn't work in 2000, he said never mind, and then decided, you know what, I am such business that I should probably star in a show about businessman. And The Apprentice was born.
I was billions of dollars in debt, but I fought back and I won. Big league. I used my brain, I used my negotiating skills, and I worked it all out.
I'm sorry, but when I watch old Trump, I don't get it. Like, you watch Trump nowadays, you're like, how can people buy this bullshit? Even watching old and listening to old Trump, I'm like, how the fuck do people buy this? I used my brain very bigly. What? I don't get it. I don't understand. I'll never understand.
And as the master, I want to pass along my knowledge to somebody else. I'm looking for The Apprentice.
By this point, Trump had solidified himself in popular culture as a Manhattan millionaire playboy, with frequent cameos on movies and TV, including in Home Alone 2, Sex and the City, The Fresh Prince, The Nanny, The Little Rascals, and Zoolander. To such an extent that in 2000, The Simpsons, in one of its many prescient moments, showed a future where Trump was president. Writer Dan Greeny said in 2016, what we needed was for Lisa to have problems beyond her fixing, that everything went as bad as it possibly could be, and that's why we had Trump be president before her. That just seemed like the logical last stop before hitting bottom.
Strike again.
It was consistent with the vision of America going insane. So Trump as president, as outlandish as it seemed to most of us when he announced his run for 2016, wasn't completely out of thin air. And the political atmosphere was shockingly ripe for his picking. The Washington Post has aptly tied Trump's rise to power to the 2008 financial crisis. When Obama was elected, one of the first things he did was pass a massive stimulus bill to address the recession, adding to the national debt and bailing out big businesses while working class people suffered and lost their jobs.
Yes, thank you again for that, Obama.
Democrats subsequently experienced
so
major
much.
losses in the 2010 midterm elections as a result of this backlash. During this time, the U.S. also saw the growth of the Tea Party movement, the first murmurs of what was to come with MAGA and the alt-right, and a group that picked up speed as a backlash to Obama's election and progressive policies grew. It was a political movement that, thanks to the then only decade-old internet, was able to consolidate and proliferate its ideas on a scale never seen before, so that once isolated groups of people with fringe beliefs were able to communicate and collaborate for the first time. This is the group that housed the birthers, who were convinced that Obama wasn't a citizen and used fear tactics to foment conspiracy.
Oh, did I miss someone MAGA in chat? I was not paying attention. Why have none of the indictments landed? Oh, yes, dude. Yes, come back. What do you mean the indictments haven't landed? Have any led to an arrest? What? The judge issued a deadline for the indicted defendants to turn themselves in and appear. If they don't, that becomes an arrest warrant. Damn, it's worse than I thought. Gen Z is fucked? Wow. No, Pat. Hilarious. I don't know how this just turned into Gen Z is fucked. Anyway. We can keep. Yes.
Keep a smile.
And then blocked. Oh boy. Oh boy, Evan, thank you for the 6 months. Anyway.
Conspiracy theories and activate the conservative base to vote. But they weren't strong enough.
Okay, just last thing. Do people think that, like, because Donald Trump wasn't put in handcuffs, that this doesn't mean that it's real. Because here's the thing. There's two criminal justice systems. Okay, there's one for somebody like Donald Trump, and then there's one for people who are not Donald Trump. They're the original Caroline, love your OTK content, but can't handle this cringe lib talk. GG's. Oh, yeah. Can't handle the cringe lib talk. The cringiest of lib talks.
Enough to take the White House. After losing again in 2012, the Republicans took a step back to look at what they were doing wrong. Because, as we've discussed in previous videos, politics isn't what's best for America or what your constituents actually want. It's about figuring out which one or two wedge issues their base will get riled up enough about to show up to the polls for. A Republican Growth and Opportunity Project report from 2012 showed that Republicans needed to champion comprehensive immigration reform. Add to that the loss of the gay marriage fight in 2015 and the ongoing fervor over abortion, and you had yourself a slew of wedge issues that got conservatives riled up. And Trump said exactly what it took to do just that. As early as 2011, Trump was on Good Morning America questioning whether Obama was born in the US. In June 2015, when he announced he was running for president, he said he would implement policies to boost the economy and get tough on immigration. A few months later, calling for a complete shutdown of Muslims.
I think that's just a reminder that Donald Trump hasn't just been a boil on our backs since 2015/16. He's always been around. The Obama birther stuff, my God, man. I mean, we should have just known this was coming. We should have just known that it was just gonna get fucking worse.
Entering the United States. And his ability, despite being an out-of-touch millionaire, to speak to his base of working-class supporters and make them feel heard and seen really resonated. He was saying the racist shit that they think is the truth, tying immigration to the economic losses they had been experiencing since the Great Recession, when they watched big businesses receive handouts from the government and lost their jobs, while also seeing black and brown folks and immigrants sometimes succeeding, even though they thought that they were here first and they deserved to win. Trump was there giving them easy answers to the problems they were facing. And honestly, this is just sales 101, people. When you're trying to sell someone something, they gotta know, like, and trust you. You have to address their objections and tell them why you are the solution. And you need to speak in a language they understand so that they feel like they're being seen and heard, and that you will deliver the answer to the problem they need solved. Whether you're selling microwaves, developing real estate, or running for president, it's all in the art of the deal. And
yeah, so that really is what it's all about. Donald Trump is not smart. He's not a savvy politician. What he is a con man. Donald Trump knows how to sell something, even when that thing is total crap. And that's always been his greatest talent. And so at the end of the day, whether he's selling a university, a stake, or himself for presidency, people are buying it. Yeah, people have, yeah.
Despite his many failures in business, Trump managed to figure it out this time. And if you're able to manipulate people into knowing, liking, and trusting you enough, no matter where you go and what shit you peddle, they'll be there to hand you all their money. And no one in politics has managed to develop such a strong customer base as Trump. They're ready to buy whatever he's selling. But who actually are the people who support Trump? Well, due in part to the fact that many of his most fervent supporters are anti-establishment conspiracy theorists who don't trust the media or politicians, getting them to respond to polls about politicians by the media is pretty impossible. But based on the population that does actually respond to polls, we know that those who voted for Trump in 2020 were 85% white. 58% were non-college educated whites, and 15% were voters of color, including 8% Latinos. Polls show that the less educated you were, the more likely you were to vote for Trump. And the older you were, the more likely you were to vote for Trump. And the more rural your town, the more likely you were to vote for Trump. And the more money you made, the more likely you were to vote for Trump. None of this is surprising given what we know about what divides us as a country, but it doesn't fully explain the level of fervent loyalty. Recent Recent polling by NPR, PBS NewsHour, and Marist found that 64% of Republicans said they wanted Trump to be president again, even if he was found guilty of a crime. Trump has managed to condition his supporters to believe that any legal challenge against him is invalid and a product of some conspiracy or the deep state trying to persecute truth tellers like him, and by extension, his supporters. Berkeley scholars have found that Trump won with an unexpected coalition of white working class and middle class voters who were motivated by resentment. The culture and economy gave them no recognition and no respect for their work. Their jobs were shifting overseas or lost to automation. They perceived that Black, Latina, and Asian people and immigrants are advancing at their expense. How do his supporters, who are more likely to be Christian and to value law and order, rectify their beliefs that their support of a proven adulterer, compulsive liar, millionaire tax cheat, and now multiple times charged criminal defendant?
Trump is blocking witnesses.
I don't care.
Oh.
The answer lies less in politics or logic and more in populism, mind control, and cults. According to scholar of 20th century authoritarian politics Ruth Ben-Ghiat, Trump differed from past heads of state of either party in having zero interest in public welfare or consensus politics. His goals were autocratic, amassing power.
Okay, so, I mean, that is the thing is with most of these Trump supporters, they'll say, you know, he's innocent. He didn't do that, blah, blah, blah. And if you present them then with evidence, they'll say like, oh, well, that's not true. Like they are so unwilling to believe anything when it comes to their Lord and Savior, Donald Trump. But then they'll go even further. And even if they do believe it, they don't care. Just like what that woman said. That's like, you can do everything in your power to convince them of that any of this is true. And then you'll get hit with the, well, I don't care. Because that is how strong their devotion to Donald Trump is.
Keep it up.
Ex-Guardian, thank you for the Prime. Mark, thank you for the 3 months and the compliment.
Domesticating the GOP and having his financial and other personal interests prevail over national ones in shaping domestic and foreign policy. His presidency was unprecedented in the United States, but we've seen this before elsewhere in history. Juan Perón ruled over Argentina after a coup in 1943 and stated him as the head of a military dictatorship. However, by 1946, fascism was really not cool anymore. So fascist rulers were like, rats, we need a rebrand. And they saw democratic elections as a means of legitimizing their rule. So in 1946, he ran on a populist ticket, winning the presidential election in Argentina and becoming the first populist leader in history to come to power. Perón's populism shared some pretty foggy gray areas with fascism. For example, he didn't like liberal politics. He denounced ruling elites, undercut the legitimacy of independent journalism, espoused a deep dislike of pluralism and political tolerance, and cultivated a cult of personality that allowed him to be democratically elected despite his decidedly undemocratic authoritarian principles. Sound familiar? Other populist leaders came to power, blurring the lines of democracy and pushing their countries closer to autocracy and fascism. Leaders like Bolsonaro in Brazil, Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel, promote their own version of history, fomenting a distrust in government and in their country's collective understanding of their own history to create an alternate reality where they can rule legitimately while simultaneously promoting undemocratic authoritarian objectives. Professor Yasha Mounk at Johns Hopkins University defines a fundamental through line of populist thinking that includes a way of thinking about the world that holds that the only reason we have problems is because of a political leader that is corrupt and self-serving, cares more about various outsiders than they do about real people. And to fix these problems, a single individual who truly represents the people needs to be elected so that they can do away with the corruption, seize back power from entrenched elites, and get rid of anyone who stands in the way of the will of the people. This involves two key elements: Anti-elitism, meaning that there's something wrong with the people in charge, and anti-pluralism, meaning that one leader alone represents the will of the people, and if you disagree with that person, you're illegitimate and you're a traitor to the people and must be taken down. And these ideas pose a fundamental threat to liberal democratic ideals of collective self-determination, meaning rule by the people, as well as individual rights and freedoms, including independent institutions like the media and separate checks and balances on presidential power. Two ways to further the populist cause and curb these perceived threats to the will of the populist leader is to foment distrust in the media and undermine the independence of the judiciary. To claim as the leader that you are the only one who can speak on behalf of the people. To be willing to push the confines of what's legal to the max in order to maintain power. And to be very adept at providing very simple answers to people's problems. The reason you don't have a job is because of immigrants. The reason you can't get ahead is because of affirmative action. The reason why drug use in your community is growing is because of black people, etc. It's an us versus them mentality that posits that if you are not behind this leader, the one that speaks for the will of the people, then you're against us and we must take you out. It's truly wild to read about scholars dissecting the populism playbook because it makes me really question my theory that Trump is illiterate because he follows it to a T in a way that seems too scholarly and accurate to be by happenstance. As Professor Vittorio Hoseley, who studies philosophy and political science, put it, it is an intrinsic danger in modern democracies that for many reasons, the erosion of the working class, the creation of a lot of people who feel declassed and not taken seriously in the globalized world, it is likely that pressure towards authoritarianism will increase everywhere. Hoseley points to 2016 as the year when this turn towards global authoritarianism picked up momentum. It was the year of the Brexit referendum, an attempted coup in Turkey, the election in the Philippines of a president who openly bragged that he would kill criminals and then pardon himself, and the election of Donald Trump, who openly bragged he could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue in broad daylight and get away with it. The United States was recently added to the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance list of backsliding democracies. And the most obvious outcome of this rise in populism, where the cult of one leader trumps everything else, including logic, reason, and fundamental democratic ideals, is highly polarized countries. And this polarization can have devastating consequences for democracy because it creates a country and an electorate obsessed with an us versus them mentality.
I think the other thing, okay, so people love Trump because he was not a lifelong politician. So even though we are at a point now in politics where people inherently distrust politicians, even politicians on their side, somehow Donald Trump is able to get is able to escape that distrust that people have for politicians because they don't view him as a politician. And I think he has spurred other non-lifer politicians to run for office because they've seen how that works. They've seen how, as long as you are not someone who's been in politics for years, you can run on this fake platform of populism, even as a conservative, because you will inherently, people will view you as more trustworthy because you haven't been in politics for years. Okay. I'm like not even, you're a conservative who discovered politics. Yeah, we got the guy in chat. We got the guy in chat. Sometimes I can't tell, like, is this an unhinged Hassan viewer who's gotten kicked out of Hassan's chat for being so fucking annoying? Anyway, Donald Trump, what the fuck was I talking about? Populism. Yeah, I mean, even though he's the least populist presidential candidate president ever, because he was not a politician before he ran for office, and even though he's been president, people still think he's an outsider. He's able to he's able to use that us versus them. He's able to use, he's able to use bullshit populism by emphasizing the people versus the elite, even though he is the elite.
Half of the population willing to follow a man who has claimed he's the chosen one. As Professor Jennifer Chapman puts it, he said he's super smart, a genius. He's established his image as the leader who is cleaning up Washington and the savior of the common person so convincingly that none of his supporters are looking beyond that to see that, in fact, many of the things he's doing are exactly the opposite. But that doesn't matter to a Trump supporter. And I think the reason for this is in part because he's established himself as a populist leader who represents the will of true Americans, but it's more than that. As one recent article out of Berkeley said, Trump followers exhibit a loyalty to Trump that is so intense and so unshakable that it exerts a cult-like gravity. In addition to the fact that Trump has openly courted cults like QAnon to such an extent that 56% of Republicans believe that the absolutely bizarre conspiracies being touted by QAnon are somewhat or entirely true, Trump himself has taken a cue from the behavior of cults and cult leaders in how he has implanted himself in the psyche of half of the electorate. Stephen Hassan is a mind control expert, mental health professional, and spent 2.5 years in the Mooney cult before being deprogrammed.
No, guys, Leisha is not saying that fascism died in the 40s. She was being purposefully flippant by saying World War II had just ended, so like fascism isn't cool anymore. If you watch any of her videos, like if you know anything about her, you would never say that she is acting as if fascism died in the 40s.
He wrote a book called The Cult of Donald Trump and drew some stark lines between cults and the following Trump has amassed. For one, a cult usually involves a venerated leader, someone who's considered king or godlike. Everyone's falling over themselves to praise the leader and be in the leader's good graces. They use loaded language that's evocative and creates a strong image in people's minds, while also being incredibly vague and lacking a clear definition, goal, or outcome that's based in reality. For example, lock her up, fake news, witch hunt, build the wall, the deep state, and make America great again. Cults thrive where its members are sleep deprived and bombarded with information overload, especially in silos where they're not receiving any information other than that which is being created and promoted by the cult. But Hassan is not the only person to draw links between Trump's followers and cult-like behavior. Robert Reich, for Now This, has also drawn the comparison, noting Trump's intolerance for criticism and dissent. And anyone who—
Also, to be clear, there's true populism, and then there is fascism that has been redesigned as populism. Like that is what right-wing conservatives who are fascists are doing. It's all about rebranding, much in the same way that we do that with anything that is no longer, you can't mention fascism. You can't you can't have the word fascism around you. So we need to figure out a way to rebrand this while still pushing fascism. And yes, right-wing populism is just modern day fascism. Reich shows how Trump isn't merely authoritarian. I've watched videos of him talking about that.
Who does take issue with Trump is called a liar, a traitor, a phony. Trump's tactics are also culty because he claims and his supporters genuinely believe that Trump alone knows the truth, using fear as a key ingredient to foment blind loyalty and consolidate his base. This, all while actively and publicly doing things against the interests of his supporters and in complete opposition to—
good. The Civil War was about states' rights. Exactly. It's rebranding it. It's having it's people who want to exhibit their pride for the South, for the conservative flag. And so rather than say what the conservative flag stands for and what the Civil War was about, they have rebranded it as being about Southern pride and about states' rights.
his promises, like cutting Medicare and Medicaid, lining billionaires' pockets, filling his cabinets with entrenched corporate executives and lobbyists who are arguably some of the deadliest crocodiles in the swamp he's claiming to drain. One tool experts use to diagnose the severity of cult-like behavior is the BITE model, which is an acronym.
Did I call it the conservative flag? You know what I meant. That's so funny.
That stands for behavior, information, thoughts, and emotional control. If we look at the factors in each, a number of them stand out. Under the B for behavior, one important tactic is major time spent with group indoctrination and rituals and/or self-indoctrination, including the internet. Under I for information, notable tactics include use of deception, minimizing or discouraging access to non-cult sources of information, and compartmentalization of information, meaning categorizing ideas and doctrines as either insider or outsider ways of thinking, and extensive use of cult-generated information and propaganda. Under T for thoughts, notable tactics include requiring cult members to internalize the group's doctrine as the one and only truth, using loaded language and cliches to construct knowledge, stop critical thoughts, and reduce complexities into platitudes and buzzwords, manipulating memories and creating false memories. Make America great again? What does that mean? When are we talking? Great for whom? It doesn't make sense. Also, rejecting rational analysis, critical thinking, or constructive criticism. Forbidding critical questions about the cult leader, doctrine, or policy, and labeling alternative belief systems as illegitimate, evil, or not useful. And then finally, E for emotional control includes tactics like instilling fear in the cult members, including irrational fears about leaving the group or questioning the leader's authority. This threat of shunning is an incredibly powerful tool, as cult members have often distanced themselves from everyone in their life before the cult, so they have no one, and they have placed the entirety of their lives and personalities in this cult. It explains why, for example, sons are willing to turn their own fathers in for participating in the January 6th insurrection. They were too far gone, they'd pushed away their own families, and there was a distinct difference between their life, actions, and beliefs before Trump and after Trump. All of these tactics have been used to certain degrees throughout Trump's campaigns and presidency, and they continue to unite a shocking number of people. One thing that struck me in all of these tactics is the importance of information and controlling the narrative via the information that cult members consume. This is a huge part of Trump's tactics, made all the easier because of the siloing of people by political party in this country. If he wants to control the narrative for his base, all he has to do is post on Truth Social or call Fox News.
I did everything right.
Pretty much all of them. Internet conspiracy theories then do the rest. He's masterfully used the media in ways that would make any cult leader proud. Trump has employed all of these tactics and then some, leading his followers to believe that every bad thing that happened while Trump was president was not because of his policies, but in spite of them. That he's an innocent man forever being framed. He's capitalized on the us versus them mentality, causing his base to catastrophize the threats of the left into existential dangers that require a literal uprising to overcome.
The Democrats are guilty.
By an illegal faction of our government, aka the Biden administration.
You're gonna start a damn war, Joe Biden.
If they infringe
oh yeah, this guy.
upon what is yours.
Biden would have gotten elected if the votes were real.
We have got to wake up and fight. Fight like you've never fought before.
All of these people look like they've been left in a toaster for way too long. Like it's that toaster was cranked up to the highest it could go. Or a microwave, yeah. You know what it is that Donald Trump and his followers have the biggest victim complex. Donald Trump, who acts like victim number one, who's constantly being targeted, who's constantly, you know, having to dodge and duck, dip, dive, and dodge the Democrats' lies and, you know, everything else that they do. And his voters act the exact same way. Like all of them wrapped up in all of these conspiracy theories and thinking that, you know, thinking that they and Donald Trump are being targeted and that, you know, they can't trust the government's coming after them, et cetera, et cetera. He is the perfect spokesperson for them. Yeah. They're all just a bunch of And listen, and like for some of these people, life has not been kind to them, but Donald Trump is not the answer. He was just the one who was there. He was just the one whose voice they picked out from the crowd.
And at this point, 8 years into Trump as candidate and president, his supporters are so entrenched that even if, on the off chance, someone were to get through to them to make them care about logic and show them the illogical nature of their beliefs, they're too far gone. As a recent article in The Atlantic put it, for Trump supporters to call him out would be to call out themselves, and that's too painful for too many people. The greater the ethical compromises we make, the fiercer our justifications become, and the angrier and more frustrated we get at those who won't go along for the ride. Essentially, half of America has signed a deal with the devil in aligning itself with Trump, with the hate and resentment he espouses and proliferates, and now must double down because it's too painful to admit they were wrong. And this is the case for Trump supporters both in the electorate and in the government. His ideology has pushed the GOP so far to the right that anyone who's moderate or, just generally somewhat sane within the GOP has been alienated or forced to concede to the far-right faction. This is evidenced by the general lack of condemnation of Trump despite his behavior and his 3, almost 4 criminal indictments. The cult of Donald Trump is so strong that anyone who wants a political future within the GOP is afraid to criticize him. Even DeSantis, the man running against him for president, knows that to be overly critical of him would be a death sentence. Polls show DeSantis doesn't really have a chance of getting the nomination over Trump at this point, but his numbers likely would be even lower if he was actively railing against Trump, which is typical of most political rivalries. And in the scenario where we have a 2020 redo, a Trump versus Biden.
That is something that's interesting to me, is that DeSantis doesn't have a chance against Donald Trump. As we're watching an entire video called The Cult of Donald Trump, the cult of Donald Trump is too strong. So wouldn't it be, I mean, I don't know. I'm no political operative anymore, but if he were to start criticizing Trump, would he be able to pull independents and Republicans who are over Trump, who hate Trump, but then probably they would vote for DeSantis anyway? I just think he's a bad candidate, first and foremost. I think DeSantis is really weird. I think he's awkward. I think he's a bad candidate for president. Super cringe, etc., etc. But yeah, I mean, the fact that he's not criticizing Trump because he's scared of Trump, but there's no way that he would even be able to overtake Trump as long as he's in the running. You can tell he eats his boogers. Yeah, he does.
Biden race in 2024. Polls are currently showing Trump and Biden in a dead heat for the White House. But who knows what that'll look like in 15 months when we're actually at the voting booths. 15 more months of legal actions against Trump. 15 more months of him using those indictments
DeSantis
and prosecutions
is probably just
to
playing
his
the long
advantage,
game.
to further his narrative that he and, by extension, his followers are being persecuted by the deep state, and that he alone is the savior, much like Jesus, who must rise again to fight for his people. With each indictment, he gains in the polls and increases his budget with a pouring...
This is so weird. Will's calling me, but his contact isn't popping up, but his number is. Hello? Yes. How was it? Oh, shit. I forgot you're leaving. Okay. No, I just forgot. I thought you were leaving, Friday. Got it. Okay. No, not at all. You should, if you tune in to stream, you'll see what I'm wearing. Hell yeah, brother. Let's go. People have tried to come in here and talk shit on the Jets. And I'm like, you can't get me down. They're gonna learn. Okay. All right, bye. Jets, 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 Jets. Killsbury, thank you for the 2.
In of donations, and he's continuing to manipulate the media in all his usual ways, posting recently on Truth Social that this is nothing more than the latest corrupt chapter in the continued pathetic attempt by the Biden crime family and their weaponized Department of Justice to interfere with the 2024 presidential election, in which President Trump is the undisputed frontrunner and leading by substantial margins. The statement went on to compare the legal actions against Trump, and thereby against his supporters, with Nazi Germany. Which is ironic given what we know about how closely populism and fascism like to dance, but yeah, sure. And he's repeating his playbook from 2020 by alleging that he is the undisputed frontrunner and leading by substantial margins. That's factually inaccurate, but it doesn't matter. Not to his supporters, at least. And this is what he did over and over again before the 2020 election. And it got his followers amped up and scared to such a degree that they were willing to attempt to overthrow the government for it. Keep an eye out for him trying to delegitimize voting methods like mail-in ballots and drop boxes. That's the next step from his 2020 playbook. And who knows what'll happen in January 2025 if he once again loses to Biden. The Washington Post recently gave me some heartening news in that the 3 main tactics that Trump relied on to try to overturn the 2020 election are no longer available to him. For one thing, in 2020, he tried to replace electors in key states via Republican-controlled state legislatures, based on the absolutely batshit independent state legislatures doctrine that says basically that the Constitution gives state legislatures more power than the federal government to determine how elections are managed. The Supreme Court did away with that doctrine this year in their Moore v. Harper decision. Another tactic he used was attempting to appeal to Republicans in key states to quietly put a thumb on the scales. A number of key states flipped Democratic in the midterms, so there are fewer Republicans for him to appeal to. And he's literally about to be indicted for doing that, so people will be on high alert for repeat behavior. And then the final tactic was the attempt on January 6th to stop
Didn't he just say today that he has like very important evidence and he's going to release it at a press conference or at like a thing on Monday? Yeah. He said that he has like crucial what were the words he used? Crucial evidence. No, it's not. That's not Donald Trump's words. But anyway, that will prove the election was stolen in 2020. He's still at it, man. Irrefutable. Yeah. You know, Donald Trump doesn't fucking give up. He does not. He just keeps going. He will never, ever stop. Ever.
Reverse Biden's final certification in Congress. This time, however, Trump's VP Mike Pence—
Yeah, good point. The people asking why did it take 2.5 years for these indictments aren't asking why did it take Trump 2.5 years to provide this crazy, irrefutable proof that the election was stolen.
Won't be the one overseeing the certification. It'll be Biden's VP, Kamala Harris, which closes out that avenue for Trump to attempt to overturn the election results. There's also the helpful fact that Trump is not the president, so there's no transfer of power to be had in the event that Biden wins again. Keeping the status quo is much easier than peacefully transferring power. And yet, even so, after the 2021 insurrection, we still managed to transfer power. So I'm grasping onto those wisps of hope for dear life, okay? Despite the fact that some journalists are worried that without these quasi-legal avenues for Trump to use to try to overturn the 2024 election, he'll opt instead for a more overtly revolutionary approach. As Professor Ruth Ben-Ghiat, who studies 20th century populism and fascist leaders, said, it takes prosecution and conviction to deflate their personality cults. Which then begs the question, could Trump still be elected president if he's a convicted criminal? I made a whole video about this, but while it's unpressidentic for someone to become president while actively incarcerated, it doesn't appear to be technically unconstitutional. There are only—
Chaotic Duck, thank you for the year. I appreciate it.
3 requirements to be president. You must be born in the United States,
Professor,
over 35, and a resident of the US for at least 14 years. Candidates with criminal convictions have run in the past. And socialist Eugene V. Debs, who you'll remember helped organize the largest strike in history in the late 1800s, ran for president while in federal prison in Atlanta as the nominee of the Socialist Party in 1920. He was convicted for violating the Espionage Act, which Trump is also charged with. He won 3% of the vote, which is pretty good for a third-party candidate. And given how much Trump has gained in the polls since his indictment, indictments, there's a very possible world in which Trump runs for president from prison, and a less probable but still possible world in which Trump is elected president while serving time in a federal penitentiary. That being said, there is one pesky hangup in the 14th Amendment, which prevents anyone from running for office who has taken an oath of office and thereafter engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the country, which makes Jack Smith's prosecution all the more pivotal truly for American history, because if he's found guilty of instigating that January 6th insurrection, it could bar him from running for office again. Absent that conviction, scholars have been weighing in on whether Trump could pardon himself. The general answer seems to be that he could try, but it would be challenged in court and likely overturned. Plus, a presidential pardon only applies to federal cases. The criminal case against him involving the Stormy Daniel hush money is a state case. And in the event that he serves jail time for that case, which is unlikely but possible, Congress could invoke the 25th Amendment to impeach him for being unable to perform his duties, because he'll be in prison. Either way, in the event that Trump wins the election in 2024, we would be in for a lengthy series of court battles that could upend our stability and make us seem even weaker on a global scale than we already are thanks to his first presidency. So friends, it doesn't look great. Please go vote. And if you liked this video, you might also like my recent video about how the religious right ruined everything. Thank you to my Patreon.
Okay, not that like I want to get my hopes up at all. Like I'm truly trying to not yeah, just go vote. Sometimes just got a little libness in there, but I'm just imagining Donald Trump in prison and all of the inmates who get to be in prison with him. Can you fucking imagine? You're an inmate, you're out in the yard, you're lifting weights, playing cards, whatever, shooting the shit, and out walks Donald Trump. I mean, yeah, he would be put in like a rich person's prison, but still, just I don't allow myself to ever let my imagination get away from me, but holy fuck. Or Donald Trump doing the debate from prison. I mean, come on, please. Even though it would be so embarrassing for America on a global scale, please. We need it. We deserve it. But yeah, that image of like Donald Trump out in the yard with all these hardened, many lifer criminals around him. No. Literally behind bars. Joe, you're a fat liar and should be in jail. Hillary Clinton, Hunter Biden. Okay, so we are going to talk about we're going to talk about anti-aging TikTok and how it's so evil. And if you're on TikTok, especially my ladies, it's time to get off. Enough is enough.
Half a year, Quan Love.
Dat Smurf, thank you for the 6 months. Okay, I'm going to pull up the video that we're going to watch. Here it is. Yeah, I will explain what anti-aging TikTok is in just a second. And then we're gonna watch this and we're gonna talk about how fucking evil TikTok is. I gotta run to the bathroom though. much. It's code. Whew. All right. So if you Google, or not Google, if you go into TikTok and do hashtag anti-aging TikTok, or just hashtag, I don't know how TikTok works, but hashtag anti-aging, it has billions of posts. Like there are, anti-aging TikTok has taken over the platform. And the thing that's fucked up is that it's targeted at young women and girls. As young as 14, because I think that's the age minimum for TikTok. So you have 14-year-old girls who are being inundated with skincare routines, anti-aging tips and tricks. Here's how you get jello skin. Here's how you get glass skin. Here's how you prevent wrinkles by making sure that you never sleep on your side. Here's how you can give yourself an at-home facelift. Like 14 years old. And not only that, you have 14-year-olds who are making anti-aging TikTok videos. So for instance, this creator on TikTok has anti-aging videos, one of which is called Things I Do to Slow Down the Aging Process as a 14-year-old.
Started doing most of these things at 12. Number 1, I take 2 apple cider vinegar pills. I do this twice a day. Number 2, I use a retinol twice a day. And one of my favorite tips is I get my body lotion and put a little bit in that and then apply it to my body as usual. It's actually so good for you. Next is I love Korean skincare and I do 2 face masks a day. I always use the leftover essence all over my body. I leave this face mask on for around 10 minutes. Never forget to do skincare on your neck because that's one of the main things that ages. Again, using the leftovers. Next, I would always recommend a sunscreen with usually an SPF above 50. I use 3 fingers worth before my makeup. It doesn't matter if I'm just going to school, I always do this. Next, I always have green tea in the morning. Green tea is great for slowing down the anti-aging process and it's super anti-inflammatory and it also tastes super good. I always add a spoonful of raw honey to it because that's also an anti-inflammatory. And the next thing I do, and probably the most crazy, is whenever I'm going on a long road trip, I always tape up a piece of construction paper. This blocks most of the UV rays. And last but not least, I always sleep with a satin pillowcase. Bye, hotties. Here's some things.
Let me just remind you, she's 14 years old. And so it's not her fault because she has been brainwashed by TikTok, Instagram, the beauty industry, you name it, into thinking she needs to do those things. But the problem is that other 14-year-olds are following her content and now have adopted their own insane anti-aging skincare and life regimens into their day-to-day. I cannot get over the twice daily retinol. Yeah, that's okay. Here's the other thing. Look, I'm not a skincare expert, but the problem is that when you are really, really young and starting on products like retinol and doing what somebody like her is doing, you actually can be doing the opposite and aging yourself even more because your skin becomes so accustomed to needing these products that it can actually age you more. And a lot of these products really are not made for skin that is as young as 14 years old. Like retinol, once upon a time, was something that middle-aged women and up were using. And now you have 14-year-olds who are doing this twice a day, which anybody who's ever used retinol knows that you should never use it twice a day. I have retinol. I use it maybe once a week and just a little tiny bit. The body adapts to the new normal of the products being used. Yes. So, it's there's so much about this from the mental aspects of advertising slowing down the aging process to young girls, as well as the physical damage that they are incurring by having these 12-step skincare routines, you know, before they're even through puberty. For everyone asking, retinol is a chemical exfoliant. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I forgot not everyone knows what that is. Skincare routine, YouTube. Yeah. Here's my anti-aging skincare routine. I just think about when I was 14. I didn't know what any of those things are that she said. I think I maybe wash my face. I think sometimes I would use my friend's older sister's Proactive pimple cream when I would go over to her house, but and I'm somebody who has been interested in skincare for a long time. Like I'm not somebody who just is like, "Oh yeah, I wash my face with soap and that's it." Like I've struggled with skin issues, so I've tried every product on the block. I know a lot about it. But when I was 14 years old, because we didn't have fucking TikTok, because I didn't have to see all these people advertising their skincare routines, like this was just not something that I thought I needed to do. Also, fuck Proactive. The video has been seen 4.4 million times on Twitter. And and probably that and more on TikTok. She says she started her practice when she was only 12. My God. She started her practice when she was only 12. People are not holding back their opinions, like not even being able to look out the window on a road trip because you're terrified of getting a line on your face. The kids are not all right. And that is true, right? It's not just about the damage, like I said, physically that they're doing. It's the mental damage. It's the idea that 12-year-olds are terrified of aging because we have made it out to be this horrible thing. When in reality, aging it's beautiful. It's something that really is a privilege to be able to age. And it's just like I know this is nothing new, but it has gotten so much worse because of platforms like TikTok and because of this being advertised and working on such young girls. Others have mentioned how the young girl may harm her skin in the long run with the amount of retinol and products she uses. Sadly, she's actually pre-aging her skin doing this. Her skin will get used to all those products and stop self-producing its own oils, etc. Also, those products won't work anymore, but her skin will still need them to maintain, like heroin. How are you using anti-aging products to stop aging at 14 and you still haven't even aged yet? Sadly, she's okay. Is the beauty industry to blame? There's a lot to unpack here. How could someone still developing be worrying about aging of all things? At 14, getting wrinkles or lines was the last thing I was worried about. Yeah, if I was worried about getting wrinkles or lines, I would not have been applying oil to my skin in the middle of summer. Just like roasting like a chicken roaster. How did we reach the point where minors are using products intended for mature women? Most people say that the beauty industry is partly to blame, and I agree with that wholeheartedly. For example, the makeup market targeted grown women when it first started gaining popularity. By the 50s and 60s, however, teenage girls began wearing cosmetic products after companies developed distinct marketing campaigns to attract the youth. The same thing is happening, albeit in a different fashion. This time, it's not really corporations targeting young people with marketing campaigns. They don't have to. Now, women in their mid-20s and up are creating countless content about their favorite anti-aging creams, serums, and routines on TikTok, and the teens are stumbling on it. That's what's crazy. What's so crazy about something like anti-aging TikTok is that it's not even necessarily people who are being paid to promote these products. It's just that everyone now is kind of a little content creator in their own right, whether or not they're actually being paid to do any of these things. So many people just on Instagram or TikTok that even I follow, who I know are not professional content creators, will make videos like this. Oh, this is, my favorite skincare creams. Oh, I'll look at my haul that I just got from Sephora, etc., etc. They're consuming it like candy and they're getting heavily influenced. Sure, you could say that Carson's wellness routine is more of a hobby. I would disagree with this notion. But I can guarantee that it's not something she'd be doing now if it weren't for social media. And I absolutely agree with that. That's why I say beauty products targeting women and young women is not anything new, but it's the way that these products now and these skincare routines have invaded every part of the internet and therefore every part of our lives. And it's just so it's just so much harder, it seems, to escape this shit. And it's become so normalized that we haven't stopped to say, hey, this is really bad. We should not have teenage girls advertising, whether they're being paid for it or not, their skincare routines, because they shouldn't even be doing that in the first place, let alone showing, other teenage girls like, oh, this is what you can be doing as well. How old is Caroline? No one over 30 would say aging is beautiful or a privilege. I'm turning 31 next month. Listen, do I like wake up some days and hate the fact that I have way more gray hairs than I did 5 years ago? Like that I have to color my gray hair every month? Yeah. Do I see a new soft little wrinkle by my eye that wasn't there before and I'm like, holy shit? Of course. Like, I'm not gonna pretend that I haven't noticed changes in myself from 5-10 years ago that have not left me feeling not so great, but it doesn't take away from the fact that aging is a privilege. And it's something where we need to stop, especially when it comes to women, looking at aging as this bad thing and putting this pressure on women to look youthful and perfect their entire lives. It's just it's a bad mindset for us to be in. And of course, this is something that affects women more than men. Look no further than Hollywood, right? The joke is once you hit 40, then you've aged out. You have 35-year-old actresses playing the roles of grandmothers. Like, how many times have you watched a movie and an actress who's the same age, maybe a few years older than another actor, is playing their parent? So yeah, there's definitely things about aging that are concerning and do suck, like your body breaking down, your mind breaking down. But as far as aging from an aesthetic purpose, we need to move away from a wrinkle-free face. Hair that has no gray in it is superior to hair that has some gray in it and a face that has some wrinkles in it. All right, let's watch this video. This is Funky Frog Bait's video. on anti-aging TikTok. Corso, thank you for the 500 bits. Sorry if it's slightly off topic. I was saying to friends around 2015 that by the time 2035 rolls around, it will no longer be a taboo for men to wear makeup, particularly straight men. Might not be a full face, but maybe cover up in some eye makeup. I definitely think that it's much more acceptable and normalized for men to wear makeup. I think that it's not something where we live in a society that's totally judgment-free. I think queer men get away with it more than straight men. But it absolutely has changed from how it was 10 years ago.
The brevity of life, watching clock hands turn cartwheels as daddy time slowly and imperceptibly warps my youthful features with gravity, my body wasting away like an oceanside cliff, eroded with the surge of each passing, pounding wave until inevitably I am reduced to dirt. A meal for an earthworm to eat before writhing onto deceptively damp pavement, only to be dried up by the morning sun and kicked aside by a kindergartner on the way to their first day of class. But enough about me. How are you doing? Aging. You know, that thing we all try not to think about while we're playing our little video games and eating our little snacks and watching our little videos. Well, while scrolling through TikTok watching my little videos, my dank memes and vaguely depressing political news was interrupted by this. Doth my eyes deceiveth me. Over 300,000 TikTok users liked a video where a doctor is shaming people for laughing too much. Wrinkles. Ew. Have you tried not expressing basic human joy? This woman really said, POV, you've had a happy and fulfilling life. Why would you do that? You're ugly now. What is wrong with you? Now,
we can't minimize when somebody like Kim Kardashian says that she doesn't like to smile, especially in photos, because smiling gives you wrinkles. Like, to some of you, you might be like, okay, well, that's fucking stupid. I don't listen to Kim Kardashian anyway. Do you know how many people do listen to her? Do you know how many people look at how Kim Kardashian looks and think, oh, she looks that way because she's not smiling, and therefore she's not getting wrinkles. And it's like, okay, that's, I mean, that plus all of the fucking work she's had done. But people, they listen to those things. They are influenced by somebody who looks like Kim Kardashian saying, oh yeah, I don't smile. I try not to smile as much, especially in photos, because of wrinkles.
Promised my mama I'd never hit a woman, so I'm gonna have to settle for destroying her in the marketplace of ideas. Get bent. Notice how all the pictures this pharmaceutical fart used were of women? That's a total coincidence and not at all indicative of a larger pattern that we will be seeing repeated throughout this video. After finishing this little 8-second clip, my hackles were raised, and of course, as usual, I had to immediately torment myself by trying to find as many of these crazy anti-aging TikToks as I could. What an excellent use of my very limited time on Earth. Let's go.
This is the wrong way to drink out of a straw because it can cause wrinkles.
Oh my god.
So I got the straw on Amazon and it literally is the best. It doesn't cause wrinkles. You can easily drink out from the top of it.
Straws. This might be the best invention for anti-aging. This is a straw that is supposed to prevent you from pursing your lips when you take a sip.
Gosh, if there was only some way that you could drink liquid from a cup without buying a straw that makes you look like an idiot. What a puzzling conundrum. I can think of at least one other activity besides sucking a straw or smoking that's gonna give you mouth wrinkles, and I'm definitely not giving that up. Kissing my cat on his tiny forehead. You are now a few minutes older than when you first started this video, but don't panic, because today includes a body-safe water
vibrators.
Dystopia of anti-aging TikTok. Damn, girl, you are destroying that Riverina fresh full cream. Can you slow down and leave some for the rest of us? Chug, chug, chug. Quick question. If I'm not supposed to drink when I'm thirsty, when am I supposed to drink? The sunscreen indoors does seem a little bit paranoid to me, but that just might be because I hunker down in the deepest, darkest, most secluded corner of my dwelling whenever the sun is up.
This is aging your neck. Looking at your phone like this creates a crease here, so make sure you hold your phone at eye level to avoid unnecessary creasing of the neck.
Excellent advice. I'll be sure to do this next time I'm in public. Hello, I'm just a normal citizen using my cellular device, definitely not taking any pictures of you for nefarious purpose. Where are you going? Hey, come back here.
These videos actually make me want to shove my head in a wall.
Okay, that seems like a lot. You are one common cold away from seeing the pearly gates, girlfriend. I pray the Lord my nasal passages to keep clear of mucus so I don't die.
Bad habits that make you age faster, part 46. Eating too much spicy food. Taking long, super hot showers. Eating processed meats like bacon, sausage, or hot dogs.
Instructions unclear.
This one makes me...
What is...
Okay, so that video is part of these TikToks that are about how to do an at-home facelift. So this is some device that you can buy that will simulate a facelift without having to go under the knife. So first and foremost, like I said, if you'll notice, the people who are making these anti-aging TikToks are all young. They have not aged. So yeah, this is something that you can buy to give yourself a facelift. So listen up, all you 20-year-olds. Make sure you're giving yourself a facelift at home, so God forbid you don't look 20.
Going on here? Can someone explain to me how looking like Yossified Hannibal Lecter is supposed to prevent aging? Apparently, a big trend in the anti-aging community right now is these very expensive LED masks that supposedly prevent wrinkles and acne.
If you have skin that's just starting to age, but you also break out, I would say the Dr. Dennis Gross is the one for you. It has obviously red light, which is what most LED masks have, but it also has blue light, which is great for anti-acne, and you can turn on both at the same time, which is what I do.
I love dual purpose products. I can make sure that my skin is silky smooth while I slaughter my neighbor's family during the purge. Now, LED therapy is approved by the US Food and Drug Administration, but there seems to be a consensus amongst dermatologists who aren't being paid to say otherwise that the benefits of these at-home LED treatments are minimal to non-existent. But hey,
but it doesn't matter. There will always be some new product that comes out. And so even people who have spent thousands of dollars on this bullshit, because this industry is so powerful and they're so good at marketing, they just keep selling new bullshit. They'll make something that's got a fancy looking light, and they'll include a bunch of jargon and words that sound really good, and then sell it for $200, and then people will buy it. And yes, it is like a placebo effect. Absolutely. As long as you think it's working, and don't worry, there will be plenty of TikTok videos or people's before and after photos to convince you that they do work, then it's worth the money.
If you want to drop $400 on a mask you could have bought at Spirit Halloween for $15, Be my guest. This is just one example of many, many anti-aging products that just don't really have that much scientific backing. It gets a little extra unethical when the people vouching for these products have had extensive work done, trying to convince their audience that some moisturizer will make them look like a celebrity. But while creams and masks may break the bank, there are other anti-aging solutions that are far more extreme.
After they've peeled everything off, that she's had a lot of tightening, incredible transformation here, but this is risky. It should never be done at home.
Yeah, so I couldn't even show the first part of that video because she literally had her skin chemically burned off, like Freddy Krueger style, and if I included...
Okay, now, to be fair, I've had this done. And it's not something that I would just tell people to go ahead and get done. I have talked at length, I know, you guys know, I've talked at length about what happened to my skin after I went off my birth control. I've showed you pictures. So I had to undergo a lot of really intensive dermatological procedures. I don't do chemical peels anymore. When I finally got with a new dermatologist, they were like, no, we don't do those. I do lasers and I'll do microneedling, but I do not do chemical peels anymore.
That this video would get demonetized faster than you can say, "Aw, shit."
If you like to torture yourself, keep watching this video. Today, I saw my girlfriend.
Oh, and by the way, they sell at-home chemical peels now. Don't do them. Please don't.
Cosmetic injector faced by SM, and we did Morpheus 8. It's a microneedling device that uses radio frequency, and apparently Kim Kardashian loves it. We even used numbing cream and I still cried.
This thing hurts like
By the way,
a mother.
The Morpheus 8 cost thousands of dollars. Thousands of dollars.
Deep pass feels like getting electrocuted.
Just in case those testimonies weren't enough to convince you how painful this procedure is, here's a brief demonstration on how deeply this medieval torture device penetrates the skin. Ouch. Apparently the Morpheus 8 is used to remodel and contour the face, but personally I much prefer the needles that do cooler stuff, like permanently etching this stupid ghost into my skin for all eternity. But of all the videos we've seen and all the plastic surgery we haven't even covered, nothing disturbed me quite as much as this.
Today is the day I'm going to tell you how I learned to stop using the muscles in my face. This is one of my most asked questions. When I would get home from school, I would sit in front of my mirror and I would practice having a full-blown conversation with myself, being happy, sad, angry, mad, everything, without using the muscles in my face, hoping that in the future, 30-year-old me, 40-year-old me would not have wrinkles and would be able to talk and be happy, sit in front of the mirror, just try and practice. It took hours. I'll admit it took hours, but it is worth it, I'm telling you. And
okay, I'm telling you right now too, she has Botox in her face. This is a young woman in her 20s who already has Botox in her skin and is now teaching people how to not use the muscles in their face.
It's possible.
To see someone so, I'm being very serious right now, to see someone be so terrified of the natural progression of aging that they don't even allow themselves to make
she probably has filler
human
as well.
Expressions it's horrifying. What's even worse is the many people in her comment section asking her for tips or sharing their own. Can you go in depth on what muscles best not to move? Oh yes. God. Love this. Instead of raising my eyebrows when I'm surprised or excited, I train myself to just widen my eyes instead, and it works. Yes, OMG, yes. I fear that when people like this inevitably see that very first wrinkle pop up on their youthful skin, they're not going to be able to handle it.
The first thing we're going to address are smile lines, and what you're going to want to do for that is smile and chew up. Let me explain. Level 1, you're just going to be smiling. Level 2, you're going to actually use gum and you're going to chew upwards. So you want to be activating this muscle right here like this. I know it looks a little weird, but trust me, it's going to strengthen this whole muscle and it's going to give you a really heart-shaped face, which is extremely youthful.
This fear of aging is incredibly pervasive on social media, leading to these 24-year-old women in the prime of their life, by the way, joking about being undesirable because of forehead wrinkles and a literal—
This is batshit crazy. She has a video about how she doesn't use self-tanner and eats a lot of carrots to stain her skin. If she were the only person who was doing this, I'd be like, okay, this is just one psycho on TikTok. But she's not. And you look at all the comments and how popular she is, and that means that there are more and more people like this who have bought into this insanity.
14-year-old kid posting an anti-aging skincare routine.
Yeah, so we watched this one.
I repeat, a literal child. Watching these videos made me think of my favorite quote from Carrie Fisher. Youth and beauty are not accomplishments. They're the temporary happy byproducts of time and or DNA. Don't hold your breath for either. Personally, I'm pretty excited to be the sluttiest raisin at the supermarket. You think I'm gonna stop wearing fishnets and crop tops when I'm 85? Oh no. Hold on to your catheters, gentlemen, and ladies, pull up those Depends, or we're gonna need a cleanup on aisle 5. As I mentioned previously, while there are many men who have also been swept up in the anti-aging craze, like that ghoul-eyed tech billionaire that spends $2 million a year to stay young and swap blood with his son, but
like the thing is that this billionaire who does everything he can to look 45, yeah, he looks 40, like, I don't get, or sorry, he does everything he can to look young. This guy looks 45, which is his age. So like, he is 45 and he looks 45. So all of this like blood swapping and weird shit that he does, it ain't working because he looks how old he is.
A super lame vampire, it's very obvious that a vast majority of anti-aging content and products are directed towards women. And I have to ask, why is that? This topic is pretty complex to deal with in a video that's any shorter than 4 hours, but let's hit some highlights. First off, I want to clarify that yes, men have their own set of ridiculous beauty standards that they're expected to adhere to. The difference is, unlike women, historically, men have had far more opportunities to accrue social status through other means besides physical appearance. Not to mention, many of the more extreme standards for male beauty tend to be more related to the concept of the male power fantasy rather than the actual preferences of the opposite gender. To put it bluntly, your lady friend is a lot more likely to turn into a water slide watching Mr. Darcy stand in the rain than seeing some dude with abs. When it comes to women, the standard of attractiveness they tend to be compared to regardless of age is their proximity to youth. Here's some data that will probably not surprise you, but will also probably kind of make you mad. These two charts from the book Data Clip.
I just have to say, I was rewatching Pride and Prejudice the other day, which I've seen too many times to count. And Will walked by and he looked at me, he was like, "Are you watching Pride and Prejudice?" And I was like, "Yes." And he said it in a way where he's like, "I don't get it." And then I was like, "Shut the fuck up," because the scene where Darcy confesses his love to Elizabeth was playing, and I was like, "Shut the fuck up." And so he sat there and he watched it with me, and he didn't get it, and he couldn't understand why it was like affecting me so much. And I'm like, "You don't understand, okay? You don't understand the Darcy Riz." Yeah, and then the end scene with the lighting where it's going from dawn, or it's going from dark to dawn, and like the two of them in the field and then him walking towards her through the dewy grass. Like, oh my God. Are you kidding? Ugh, I have that scene burned into my mind. She's like, and then the light perfectly hitting as they finally kiss.
Showed that in a study conducted with OkCupid users, women tended to prefer men around their own age, while men, regardless of their age, found women in their early 20s the most attractive.
22 to be exact. This is a stat that I love to pull out. Men of any age, doesn't matter if they're 20 or 90, think that 22-year-old women on average is the ideal age. It's when they are most beautiful, when they're the best, etc.
50-year-old men were more attracted to women young enough to be their daughters than a partner of their own age. Awesome! Thank God the youngest age was 20, or I'm sure a lot of those gentlemen would have gone lower. Now, there are plenty of men out there who love their cougars, but it's very apparent in our society that on average, men tend to go for women much younger than them. Further evidence supporting the idea that youthfulness is the dominant factor when it comes to how society judges a woman's attractiveness, and unfortunately, therefore, her value, is the way women are edited in magazines. This is illustrated beautifully by TikTok user at Caroline in the City, who made a series of videos where she photoshopped male celebrities the same way female celebrities are. I mean, look at this. You can see every rough, beautiful core.
Yeah, this is a good point, and I want to talk about this.
Shazbo donated $3. Ooh, over
Shaz, thank you for the dono.
How am I able to Leonardo DiCaprio?
Yeah, you can't. You can't. Mumblecat, thank you for the 4 months. So there's something that I've noticed going back and rewatching episodes of shows like Bones and just other content that was made in the early to mid 2000s. I didn't realize how much they blur the skin of the lead actresses. And it's something that they've gotten better at it, like the technology is better. But if you go back and even watch something that's 10 years old, you will notice how obvious the blurring is. So go watch an episode of Bones. I don't know what the later seasons are like, but the earlier seasons were so obvious that they had blurred her entire face so that she didn't have a single wrinkle. But it's now, like when I watched it back then, I didn't notice it, but now in this day and age, it is so apparent that they have they've used a blurring effect on her skin, whereas David Boreanaz's character, like, they didn't do that to him. Now they still do that. They still blur actresses' faces and sometimes actors' faces. It's just that they're better at doing it now. But yeah, it's that's been a weird thing that I've noticed watching older shows and films. Jen, thank you for the 10 months. Yeah, and not even ones that are that old. Oops.
Beautiful face. Why can't we do the same for the women instead of airbrushing them to look like creepy, expressionless dolls? The only time you'll see a male celebrity de-aged that aggressively is if he's literally being deep-faked to play a younger version of himself for a movie flashback. Now, I know what I look like. I know the type of comments I get. I know the kind of pushback I'm gonna get on this video. This is just biology. Men are wired to seek out the youngest, most fertile females to—
It's also like how when men get into their 50s and 60s, they get called, you know, salt and pepper daddies. Like, their wrinkles are just part of their sexiness. Like, they're not expected to look anything other than their age. Like, it's fine for George Clooney to look 55 years old. However, for women, yes, the silver fox, that's what I was looking for. The silver fox rugged look, silver daddy look. Whereas for women, what you'll see so often is like, phrases such as like aging so gracefully or, looking very youthful. And they are just expected to look younger than they actually are. Like you'll see like, oh, she doesn't even look 50 years old. Yeah, now actresses like Helen Mirren are, I would say, the exception rather than the rule when it comes to older women in Hollywood being still seen as viable and still being given lots of acting opportunities. And same with a Meryl Streep. Meryl Streep gets to age. Meryl Streep gets to, she doesn't have to worry about having wrinkles on her face because she's Meryl Streep. But for most actresses, again, like the old adage is once you hit 40, then you're pretty much dead. And the other thing is that you'll see, like if just in film and television, a male actor in his 50s will frequently have a female co-star who's a romantic interest, maybe their wife, whatever, who's half of his age, and it's fine. But women, it's not that at all. It's not the norm that an actress in her 50s, first of all, would have a romantic interest, let alone one who's half her age, unless that's like a big part of the film. Unless it's like The Graduate.
To breed with. That's just how things are. First off, human relationships extend
every
far
Bond
beyond
movie ever.
this animalistic desire to produce offspring, but sure, let's use that logic. With that logic, then, older women should be able to go after the youngest men they possibly can. Testosterone fueled with high sperm counts, they'll be better fathers. They'll be much more likely to conceive a child and be better suited to protect that child in the wild, right? Look at this little society we've created, where every single young person must live in constant terror of being accosted by a wrinkly old person seeking to produce progeny. You see how ridiculous it gets when we start comparing people to animals? I mean, if we really want to make an argument to nature here, then you boys better find your most fabulous colorful pants and start twerking at your local clubs to get a woman, because that's what birds do. Now, I'll give credit where credit is due. The anti-aging industry is not nearly as cruel to women as it used to be. You know, when advertisers could say things like, hey, you saggy your husband is banging his secretary because you're ugly. Put this cream on your face, you heaving sow. Advertisers still fearmonger women, but it's just a little more subtle now. However, the threat of aging still hangs precariously over every woman's head. A crinkle at the corner of the eye or a furrow between the brows treated as a personal failure to be punished with disgust and abandonment. All of this to say, as ridiculous as these anti-aging TikToks are, I am in no way shaming or mocking the women themselves. All of them are victims to powerful and ancient social pressures that are bigger than any of us. I'm incredibly proud of my generation, though. I have seen so many young people posting anti-aging TikToks.
Yeah, now there's been a push against anti-aging, and people are like, I'm pro-aging, okay? And they'll post a video of themselves scrunching up their faces, sleeping on their sides, like doing all the things that you're being told you're not supposed to do.
Celebrating the human experience of living life to the fullest and accepting and embracing the reality that one day their body will tell their story. Hey! I'm from the future! Are you from the future? We decided to just go ahead and follow all of the anti-aging TikTok advice. Seriously? I had a super poetic ending going there. I was gonna do a little fade to black. You were really killing the vibe, man. Oh my god, forget the vibe. I'm 67 years old and we look incredible. Oh my god, what did we do with our life? Yeah. So we have a 3-hour skincare routine. I'll make sure to splurg it to you so you can get caught up on that. You guys have smorgasplurg, right? No, I mean, like, what did we accomplish? We accomplished preserving this sexy little fossil, okay? That's a 24/7, 365 job, kiddo. We didn't have time for other stuff. Great.
I'm not even on TikTok, but I know that this is going on because it's made its way to it's on Instagram, it makes its way to Twitter. But I also just think about the things that I grew up hearing and reading in like 17 or Cosmopolitan, such as when you're putting on mascara, don't raise your forehead, which is a tendency when you're putting on mascara because you're opening up your eyes. So I've forever had that burned into my brain that I don't even think about it. And when I'm putting on mascara, I've been so trained to not lift my eyebrows and widen my eyes because then otherwise you'll get wrinkles. And so there's like already, like I said, that was already there. It's just that now every single day there's new bullshit that you have to combat because of TikTok. There are things that nobody would have ever possibly thought of until you saw a fucking TikTok telling you like, oh, by the way, if you don't sleep at this angle, then you're gonna get old. Oh, by the way, when you're sitting down, if your neck ever droops, then you will get neck wrinkles. Oh, by the way, if you eat too much spicy food, oh, by the way, if you take too hot of showers, oh, by the way, like, it's never ending. It's never ending. It's relentless. Yes, and then there's always a new trend. Like I said, glass skin, jello skin, angel skin. I'm like, my God, you can't even keep up with the last trend before there's a new one. Our transformation into maturity shouldn't be looked down upon. Lines and wrinkles aren't bad. We're not getting uglier. Our worth is not diminished. Aging is a privilege, and in the process, we are blooming. We are becoming. We collect stories and experiences each year. Priceless wisdom will pass on to another woman who will need it. I don't know how old you are, but if you have laugh lines, crow's feet, or forehead lines, learn to love them. They exist because you're expressive, emotive, and full of life. And listen, there's nothing wrong with buying nice night cream or, you know, doing a little micro needling, like if that's what you want to do. I do these things. I have my products. I just think that we are marketing this to women and girls who are way too young, and it's dangerous. It's bad. It just feels like we're getting younger and younger now. And so, you know, what, in 5 years, when children are born, when little girls come out of the womb, we'll just be slathering La Mer on them. Like, that's how it is now. The second you leave the womb, we're putting fancy serums and LED light masks on you so that you forever are, you know, Benjamin Buttoned. La Mer baby cream. You know that people are probably putting La Mer on their babies. I mean, even the topic of Botox. I remember once upon a time, the only people I knew getting Botox were my mom's friends who were over the age of 50. Maybe in their 40s. But now, the people who I hear talk about Botox are girls who are in their early 20s. Early to mid 20s. That is who dominates the conversation around Botox. I was with my sister's friends recently. They are all in their mid-20s. And they were all talking about this Botox party that they went to, where you could get Botox and fillers, and a nurse came to the house and administered it, and how, I mean, they were all just like chirping and you know, very excitedly talking about this Botox party and how they want to get more Botox in and how they want to fix this thing and they want to get filler here, et cetera, et cetera. And my sister, who's 32, my older sister, who's not had any Botox or fillers, she was there with me, and they kept remarking about how young she looked. They found out she was 32 and were like, oh my God, there's no way. I can't believe you're 32. You look so young. How have you not had Botox? And the thing is that my sister looks great, but she looks normal. Like, yes, we are Asian. We have that advantage. But 32 is so young. 32 is so young, as is 25, 26, which is how old they were and how young they look still as well. Even if they hadn't had Botox, they would have still looked really young because they are really young. But that's what's fucked up now in the way that we talk about youth and beauty. It's like, oh my God, shocker. That 30-year-old looks so good for her age. Well, guess what? She's only 30. She looks good for her age because her age is very young. And like, there was one girl in this group who hadn't had Botox done. And I would have bet all the money in the world that she had never had any interest in Botox or fillers before she saw all her friends getting it and thinking that like, oh, I should get that too. Because that's how it is. It's a domino effect. All your friends start doing this stuff. You know, you guys all share in TikToks with each other about little things that you can be doing to look more youthful, aka more beautiful. And so it just catches on like wildfire. And so then you find yourself caught up in this ridiculous beauty industry with these ridiculous standards and this emphasis on youth. People saying my mom looks good for her age at 44. It's like she's not a grandma and does basic skincare. Yeah, and I'm trying to correct myself now. If I find myself thinking or saying, "Oh my God, she looks so good for her age." And I'm like, "Okay, well, what is her age?" And also, why am I feeling the need to call out that this woman looks so good for her age, even if she's 50 or 60? Like, why do I have to make that point? And why is it that we do this with women way more than we do with men? Like, I wouldn't look at a 50-year-old man and my first instinct is, "Oh my God, he looks so good for 50. Wow, look at his look at his skin." And I'm not saying that we shouldn't want to look good. And as we get older, there are more things that you need to do to look good and to feel good. Like, it just gets, when you, especially with women, you go through menopause, like it's harder to lose weight. It's harder to keep weight off. There's just like certain, your body hurts more. It's harder to work out. So it's not that it's a bad thing that we want to look good as we age. It's just the societal pressures that are put on us, especially women, to maintain a youthfulness, because then otherwise we have no value. Our beauty, our youth is tied into our inherent worth. And that is what is bad. And like I've listened to so many women, older women, talk about the fact that when they got to a certain age, that they became invisible. And it was for the first time in their life, especially women who are naturally very pretty and so had a lot of attention when they were younger, when they were in their 20s and 30s. And for the first time in their lives, like, because they're older now, realizing that, oh, you know, maybe to some people, oh, I'll be referred to as a cougar, but otherwise, like, I am not what's hot anymore in society, simply because I'm no longer 24. But there are also a lot of women who have talked about the fact that they do love aging because they no longer have to deal with all the looks and harassment that they got when they were younger. Because older women are much more invisible in society than younger women are. And it doesn't mean that older women don't get sexually harassed still. But women who talk about the fact that, like, oh, I now as a 60-year-old am not going to be catcalled the way I was when I was 25. And so for the first time, like, I can relax walking down the street. I can relax, like, just being out in public, passing by a group of men. It's fucked up. Society treats women as expirable and discardable after a certain age. Yeah. Women definitely, their value has an expiration date. And so that's what I'm trying to push back on here. That's why the anti-aging trend on TikTok feeds into this notion that women are only as valuable as they are youthful looking. Yeah, only 40 more years till you stop getting catcalled. The way I got catcalled, hit on more as a 14-year-old by adult men compared to now is crazy. Yep. I'm not catcalled at 26 like I was at 16, which is scary. I mean, yeah, that is a normal part of our experience as women. Just like what we endure as little girls because, like I said, of that youthfulness. It's disgusting, but it's real. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be weird one day when I am at an age where men are, not all men, but where most men are not interested in dating me, in sleeping with me because of my age. That, like, men who I dated when I was in my early 20s, men who were 15, 20 years older than me, who I went out with, who I realized, like, oh my God, when I get to their age one day, 40 years old, they will still be, you know, they'll be even older, but still, like, men who are my age then will still be dating girls who are 22. The Leo DiCaps of the world. Yeah, unfortunately, Leo DiCaprio is not the exception. It's just that he's so famous, and he's so famous for the fact that he has never gotten married. He's never settled down. He always dates models or, you know, actresses. And he always dates ones who are younger than 25. But it's like, yeah, that's what most men would aspire to if they could. If most men could be in the position that Leonardo DiCaprio is in, that would be a dream come true. TikTok is changing what it means to be old. it's not just the skincare routines, like the anti-aging bullshit. It's also things like teenage look filters. They have filters now that make you look like a teenager. They offer ways to appear younger. Ageism on the app runs rampant. Kelsey Laurier doesn't get hate comments. She doesn't really get hate comments. She's built up a following of some 400,000 people since she started making lifestyle TikToks in 2021. More than 90% of her audience is women, and she describes her comment section as a peaceful place. Still, every so often, she'll get some angry men who turn up and call her washed up, miserable, and old. Same. Every so often, I will get someone who comes in here and tries to denigrate me, tries to, you know, ruin my day, throw me off by pointing out how old I look. Because men. And sometimes when she reveals her age in a video, she'll get backhanded compliments from women. They're like, oh, I can't believe it. You look so young. What makes these comments particularly surprising is that Lawyer is 29. Ageism is age old, so it's no surprise that it's made its way to TikTok. In the past, 73-year-old positive aging champion. Like, I cannot believe we have to have terms like this now. Positive aging champion has spoken out about her experiences on the app. There seems to be this incredible focus with other women here on TikTok to just not accept aging. But TikTok isn't just reinforcing pre-existing negativity around growing older, it's also changing our definition of what old means. In late February, the teenage look filter took over the app. True to its name, the tool allows older TikTokers to transform into their younger selves. In one video with more than 15.8 million views, a middle-aged or possibly younger woman tearfully greets her younger self. This is exactly what I looked like in high school. Fuck. Whoever made this filter, I'll be sending you my therapy bill. This is so dark, man. This is why I am glad that I'm not on TikTok, because, like I said, I only see these things when I'm researching about how bad these trends are. And so I only see these videos in the context of, like, look at how bad this is. Will is not doing movie night tonight because of NFL. He's not even home yet. I started noticing this trend of people who are essentially your peers. They're a few years younger than you, addressing people who are older than them like they're elderly, talking to them like they're a senior citizen. In January, she made a TikTok about the rampant ageism she sees on the app. The way that it is normal these days for someone in their late teens or early 20s to call someone in their late 20s or 30s old or washed up, I just find that really disturbing. I don't know what's worse. Leslie, thank you for the 7 months. I don't know what's worse is when some guy who's in his like 40s or 50s, like older than me, calls me old looking or washed up, or someone who's maybe 5 years younger than me. I mean, I get it from both sides because men, like I said. But yeah, I do notice this trend of young men on the internet who seek to demoralize women who are their age, maybe a little bit older, by calling them haggard. Like, they're starting this young. 16, 17, 18-year-old boys are already jumping on this train and calling, you know, content creators who are in their 20s old and washed up. We should go back to olden times when people die in their 40s so that hyperageism makes more sense. Yeah, like I said, aging is a privilege, okay? Once upon a time, people didn't make it long enough to have wrinkles. Perhaps people have always called anyone older than them old, but historically, This is something that would have been said in private. Now, I don't mean when you little Zoomers joke about me being old and a boomer because I can't figure out the most basic tech shit. That's different. That's not calling someone old based on their physical appearance and also based on just trying to be a fucking misogynist. Unlike Facebook or MySpace before it, TikTok has attracted a wide range of users, allowing people of all ages to interact in unprecedented ways. We always used to say 29 is old, 30 is old when we were younger, but we weren't on the internet as much. All these kids now have this place to go where everyone can see what they're talking about and everyone knows how they feel about certain things. Right, like it's something that's been around for a while is young people thinking that they're so old when they've just graduated college. Like, that's not a new thing, and that's not also something that is cause for concern. That's just something that young people do because they haven't been around that long. So something like graduating from college and being out in the world now, of course, you have 22-year-olds being like, oh my God, we're so old. Cheers to us being old now. Like, that's a thing. Right? That's just something that young people do. I still have that mentality. It's not as bad as I was when I was 22. Like, the joke is that the older you get, the less you call yourself old until you get to an age where you really are old. Like, me as a 30-year-old does not talk about, oh my God, I'm so old, the way I did when I was 20 and 21.
Older male viewer here. You are beautiful. Anyone who
Yeah,
tells you
beautiful.
otherwise is a fool.
Idiomatic, thank you for the 7 months. Don't worry, I am not crying myself to sleep at night when some 17-year-old asshole comes in here and tries to tell me that I'm old. I'm not losing sleep over that. But yeah, so you know what I'm saying? Where it's this kind of I don't know, it's just this thing that we, as when we're young, do, talking about how old we are, but it has nothing to do with, oh my God, I look so old. It's more so it's more so like, oh, you're growing up and now you're old, when in reality you're still 22 years old. The anti-aging when it comes to our physical appearances is what's much more concerning, and how it's wormed its way into younger and younger audiences. Teenage girls shouldn't have to feel constantly terrified that everything they do is causing their face to look older. Teenage girls already have enough to worry about. They don't need to worry that if they don't block out the windows of the car, then they're going to get wrinkles. Like, let's stop. Our goal should be to give teenage girls less things to worry about rather than more things, especially when those things are rooted in misogyny. Especially when that is rooted in something like ageism. Why are young TikTokers so afraid of growing older? And let's not forget capitalism, okay? All of this is rooted in capitalism. It benefits the beauty industry for women starting at the, as soon as they come out of the womb, to feel that they need to do whatever it takes to not have a single wrinkle. That is capitalism. Capitalism, when we talk about, every time we talk about issues here on the stream, it all traces back to that. It all traces back to selling you something. People shouldn't naturalize ageism by making it sound inevitable, even though it's a deeply entrenched set of ideas. While youth has historically been valorized in most cultures, we should look at modern phenomena that reinforce ageism. Social media has the same issues with aging as print media, except the online world is capable of being much harsher and much more openly hostile. The internet, she adds, enables harsher opinions to emerge into the public sphere, in a way that doesn't happen when they're filtered through magazines and through an editorial lens. Ashton Applewhite, author of This Chair Rocks, A Manifesto Against Ageism, adds that we can't divorce ageism from modern capitalism. No one makes money off satisfaction. When natural biological transitions are pathologized or problematized, people make money off them. While anti-aging creams have existed for centuries, TikTok has enabled the constant buying and selling of these products. Also, there used to be like a few creams, and now there's 10 million. There are 10 million fucking creams, and you're constantly being inundated with, oh my God, no, we're not using this one anymore. There's actually this new thing that's out. There's just new products every second. While, thanks to the TikTok shop, TikTok has a shop now. Users can purchase anti-aging serums, concealers, acids, creams, eye gels, and light therapy masks without even leaving the app. Influencers are incentivized to flog these products because they earn a cut of whatever sells. Someone who's in their mid-20s knows about anti-aging marketing, and they're not wrapped up in the idea that if they get one wrinkle, they're gonna die. But if you market that to a 12-year-old, they're really going to internalize that and take it to the next level. Yeah, that's who I'm worried about. I worry about women in their 20s, but I more so worry about teenagers. I worry about girls. I worry about them because they're growing up with this, because they don't know anything else, and they don't realize that they are being targeted, and they don't realize that, like, this is not healthy. And that once upon a time, teenagers were not being constantly subjected to this shit like they are. They're very, very vulnerable. There are literally studies that show the more you know about aging, the less fear it holds. The false idea that we have most in common with people our own age. Theoretically, this is something TikTok could help with. Hobbyists can meet under hashtags no matter where they're from or how old they are. Oh, sorry. We need to dismantle the false idea that we have most in common with people our own age. People her age, Laurier says that people her age should also think about how they talk on the TikTok app. Yes. I think people who are in their 30s and up need to stop joking about being old. People make a lot of jokes about, oh, I can't move my body anymore. Oh, my knees are turning to dust. I know people mean well and it's self-deprecation, but I do think these jokes can have an effect on how people actually view you. I will give you a personal story. In my sister group chat, my sisters, my older sister who's 32, myself 30, and then my middle sister who's 28, we're constantly doing this kind of talk. And we're talking about like, oh, I just did this. Oh, I want to do this. Oh, I want to do that. And it wasn't until my 22-year-old sister who just graduated college said to us, I don't like hearing you guys constantly say these things because it makes me feel sad that you view yourself this way. And I had to be like, oh my God, I can't believe, oh geez. She goes, but it also makes me feel badly. I'm 22 years old and I don't want to feel this pressure to have to do all these things. And she's like, you guys don't need any of this stuff. And I was like, yeah, I know we don't need it. She's like, yeah, but it doesn't sound as if you know that. And it just seems as if you guys are more so hating on your bodies and on your faces than you are loving on them. And I was like, damn, this is fucked up. My baby sister, my 22-year-old sister is having to be the one to say enough is enough. Is spitting facts. She's really laying them down. And I'm like, I should be the role model for her. Because she is part of the generation, she is of the generation that's growing up with this. And so the fact that she was able to stop us, rather than it being the other way around is very admirable. So I've been better. I've been working on not feeding into this ageist bullshit. Not thinking that like, oh, you know, and when my sister would be like, oh yeah, I just got this new thing, not me being like, oh my God, do I need to get that? I actually did get my filler dissolved because you talking about it and realized too much had built up over years. Wow. I hope you are, I hope you're happy with that decision. Listen, I'm not against you getting filler. It was more so me just saying like, if you get filler and if you've gotten filler for years, then yeah, you do need to maybe get it dissolved because they just lie to you about everything. They're like, oh yeah, no, it's, you know, filler's harmless. Well, not, and it's not permanent. That's not totally true. I have friends who have scar tissue in their lips that will forever be there. Kylie Jenner has scar tissue in her lips because of filler. It hurts like fuck. Oh boy. Well, it probably hurt like fuck to get it as well. Anyway. Anywho. We should all delete TikTok, I guess, in conclusion. That's what I have to say. Delete TikTok. Get away from this shit. Delete the internet, actually. How about that? Let's just go as far and say, let's delete the fucking internet. Okay. But if you're not going to delete TikTok, then try your best to avoid buying into this shit. Okay? Just don't even watch this shit. You see a video about glass skin, about jello skin, about glazed donut skin, about whatever insert word skin, don't even watch it. Pay no attention. It's not worth your time. Avoid it, because here's the thing. You watch one video, your whole For You page is going to push you this shit. You watch one video and you will be presented with non-stop videos that are of the same kind. Honestly, ever since I was super young, maybe middle school, hell, even elementary, I had this mental list of all the things I wanted to get done, because you're right, our generation really is growing up with this stuff. Yeah, it's sad. And listen, when I was young, like, yeah, did I see the Victoria's Secret magazines? Did I see the perfect celebrities on the cover of, like, Cosmo or whatever else? Sure. Did I deal with insecurities and, you know, hate myself for not looking a certain way? Absolutely. But I am still glad that I didn't grow up with this shit. I am still grateful that when I was 14 years old, wasn't on TikTok, wasn't seeing all this crap. But there was none of this. What skincare is worth doing? I mean, listen, I'm not saying that there is no value to skincare. I'm not saying just to like raw dog it. No. I'm talking about the obsession with anti-aging skincare regimens that are so over the top and has to do with, you know, capitalism trying to sell you a million products, and also how it is marketed to young women and girls who are not necessarily at a stage in their life where they need something like, you know, retinol. But yeah, I would say basics: sunscreen, a moisturizer. You know, if you have skin problems, then that's between you and your dermatologist. If you have skin problems, please, like, go see a derm or an esthetician before you just try and go on TikTok, listen to whoever the fuck is on TikTok telling you to buy this product and that product, and then going out and spending hundreds of dollars. Because at the end of the day, even if you're like, oh, a derm is expensive, an esthetician's expensive, you're probably spending less money than going to Sephora and having a list of products that you've read about or that you've seen in TikToks and then spending hundreds of dollars on that crap. I have spent thousands of dollars on products that I should not have been buying because either they were shit, the ingredients were bad and made my skin worse, or just were not necessary. Like I have to stop myself from going to Sephora. It is fully an addiction. BST, thank you for the gifted. All right, guys. We are going to wrap up this conversation. And we'll be moving on. What do you think of body positivity that literally goes against the beauty industry, but at the same time helping the beauty industry making big money? I mean, I'm weary of anything that goes so hardcore in one direction or the other. I've always believed what my mother has taught me, which is everything in moderation. So I think like that's also, I don't know. I don't know as far as it, what do you mean by helping the beauty industry by going against the beauty industry? Do you mean like fake positivity where they're still shilling products? How much did you spend on products before moving on? It's so hard to say. I mean, I hundreds, if not thousands a year. Bad. Like like corporations co-opting body positivity. That's what I'm wondering. But yeah, and listen, you do, skincare is something that can be trial and error. You try things out. Some things work for you, some things don't. For some people, just like a basic face wash and then a nice lotion is good. For other people, more expensive face wash, a basic skin lotion, that works. I kind of I have really pared down my skincare routine and have gone back to drugstore stuff. Not necessarily because of money, like I still buy expensive makeup, but because I've just stopped being as obsessive about it. And because I go to the dermatologist regularly, I am not going to Sephora and dropping hundreds of dollars on some shit that it's either not going to work for me and I'll just end up not using. Yeah, I swear by CeraVe as well. I use CeraVe lotion day and night. I do have an under eye cream that Will's mom sent me that I've been using, which I'm like, does this even fucking do shit? But yeah, beauty products can make unregulated claims. And that's why you really gotta, like, if you're investing in skincare, you gotta know what to look for. You gotta know what works for your skin. But yeah, it's not something where I could like run down and tell everyone what would work best for them. I really do think the best thing is if you're embarking on, if you want to get into skincare, if you want to get a regimen going, you should go see a professional. It doesn't necessarily have to be a derm. There's a lot of really great estheticians who can help you figure things out rather than just consulting TikTok. Okay. It is time. It is time for Scream Queens Season 2 finale. I am so hungry. I need to get a snack. Last season. Scream Queens. All right, so even if you've never watched this show, that's okay. You should watch the finale with us. Oh, that's not the finale. That's episode 1. Here was the finale. Episode 8, part 1. Tonight. So, at the end of this episode, we will finally get to see who wins a breakout role in Saw 3D. So, thus far, we have watched 7 episodes that took a group of women, all young, all hot, all hungry for fame and an acting career, who have competed against one another in various acting exercises and, doing scenes, etc., etc. And one person at the end will be the Scream Queen, who then goes on to have a breakout role, aka a couple minutes of screen time in the latest installment of Saw. So these 2 seasons of Scream Queens took place in 2010 and 2011. So season 1 was was Saw 6, and season 2 is Saw 3D. So that's where we are at. I'm gonna give you guys a chance to grab a snack. If you are going to bed for the evening or just simply moving on to something else, thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you come back tomorrow. Everyone else, buckle up for the finale. I'm going to go grab myself a snack, and we'll get into this. BRB. My snack, I mean, I'm bringing over a whole ass cutting board for a little charcuterie. Here's my snack. Yeah, this is girl dinner. This is the most girl dinner. It really is. I can't tell you how many times when I first moved in with Will that I'd be like, okay, I'm making dinner tonight, and it would be a charcuterie board. So he had to learn to eat girl dinner. It's not even that fancy. It's ham from Trader's. I don't know. I go to the grocery store all the time and there's no food in this house. It's ham from Trader Joe's and like a small thing of cheese and then some pretzels. Yep.
Season finale of Scream Queens. After 7 grueling weeks of challenges and 7 brutal eliminations,
Oh my god.
only 3 actresses remain. Jessica, the front-runner all season, who won leading lady again.
Thank you.
And again.
Thank you.
And again.
Can't fake being a star, and you're a star.
But one outburst changed all
Farley
that.
smells the ham.
And it's not fair that people get to go again.
I'm watching you lose right now.
And now she has to work her way back into the judges' favor.
I have one shot. I know I can do it.
There's Gabby, who's been wildly inconsistent, inspiring the judges one week.
Yes, you did good.
You were so awesome.
Then crashing and burning the next.
I'm sorry.
Wait for me to say action.
You looked at your mark. I counted it 8 times.
If you do not fix the technical stuff, you're not gonna stay.
And never quite gaining the respect of the others.
This isn't a modeling competition. This is an
I don't know how the hell
acting
Christine is still in this, by the way.
Get out of my face. Get out of my face.
But a string of impressive performances have made her a real contender.
Get the
Christine does not deserve to be
And finally,
in the
Christine,
top 3.
who came out of the gate strong,
You're just
No, she's never been strong.
but then stumbled
How did
by
she make
making
it this far?
conservative
We don't know.
choices that nearly got her the axe.
If you play it safe, you'll lose.
But with 1 week to go, she wowed the judges
Cutting up my
and proved
cheese.
she deserves a shot.
Who's
at the
cutting the
title.
Try to be
cheese?
as humble as possible, but I feel like I am the best.
Tonight, all 3 face their toughest test yet.
It's a dramatic chase scene, which
Oh,
we'll
let me
be
put on the-
shooting in one long, continuous take.
Only 2 will survive
Congratulations. You are our top 2.
to fill a final screen test with one of Hollywood's top directors.
Say hello to Darren Boston.
I love the narrator
Who
voice.
will win a breakout role in Saw 3D and
a
be crowned
breakout
the
role?
Scream Queen? Find out right now.
All right, you want some ham?
Dude, like, we're in the top 3. So exciting.
We just beat out 7 other girls, not to mention 30,000 girls that auditioned
Saw
for this.
3D.
So we're kind of like on top of the world at the moment. Leading lady for the 2nd time, right? I knew Gabby was gonna get leading lady. She really stepped up the past few weeks. It's a little intimidating because I think that she is a strong actress and she's gonna be tough to compete against. I can't see Jess messing up. During this whole competition, Jessica just really hasn't done anything bad. I feel like she's just not gonna go tomorrow. So tomorrow.
Jessica is goated.
I just have this really
She's so
sinking feeling that it is gonna
I mean,
come down
like,
to
compared
me
to
or Gabby.
everyone in the show.
To make it to the finals, I can't let my fear of doing a bad job make me do a bad job.
Hello, ladies. Hi. You are the final 3. Soon, one of you will earn the title Scream Queen and win a breakout role in Saw 3D. Today's challenge.
Honestly, we should have made a drinking game out of how many times breakout role is mentioned.
The toughest you've faced to date. It will require you to use nearly every skill that you've learned so far. After this test, one of you will be immediately eliminated.
I feel like right now, in this challenge, we are auditioning for Saw 3D.
This test is called the Gauntlet. It's a dramatic chase scene which we will be shooting in one long, continuous take. The scene will test you physically with running, fighting, and complicated blocking. You will be dealing with special effects, most specifically, fire. Don't let the technical aspects of the scene trip you up.
Oh my God, my heart just kind of drops in my chest because we're gonna do our scene in one long, continuous take. Technically, that's gonna be really hard for me.
In this scene,
That's usually how it goes,
you'll be
by the
going
way.
from unsuspecting to terrorized, and in the end, you'll emerge as an ass-kicking heroine. You better be damn sure to make us feel all those emotions that you would be feeling. or I guarantee you will be going home.
I'm not gonna hold back anymore. I'm gonna prove to the judges that I am the best actress here.
Head off to hair and makeup, and Tim will meet you back here for
She
rehearsal.
says that every episode, by the way.
Hi.
What's up? Here's your script.
Oh, cool.
So I'm gonna take you through the blocking. We'll have Chase, who will be playing the bad guy. You have Adam, who will be filming you. What's really crucial here is to let Adam sort of set the pace for how fast you run.
Right.
If you give a great performance and the camera doesn't get it, it doesn't matter.
Exactly. During the walkthrough, Tim basically explains the different motions we'll be going through, just kind of starting on the phone, casual.
It'll take about 10 steps. Adam will be ahead of you. And right about here, the phone's gonna ring. You're gonna answer it. Hello? Hey, sexy. Who's this? The guy who's watching you walk to your car? This
Oh, hey, sexy. I don't think I've ever answered the phone and said that.
point.
I'm nervous.
Yeah, you want to go to safety. And at this moment, you go from fear to relief. And then guess what? He's right behind you.
Okay.
So he's gonna grab you, and now you're
When my dad calls me? Yeah,
This
except when your
scene
dad
is like
calls me.
An emotional roller coaster.
That's when I say
because
it.
this character goes from being stalked and attacked to feeling very vulnerable, and I'm worried about making it look really genuine.
That's when you bite him. Letting the camera stay ahead of you. He gets out of the car, he starts following you.
After we get attacked, this is when, like, the physical stuff comes in.
Look, he's coming after you. Yeah, now, how is the speed with that?
That's very, very fast.
Is it too fast?
That was very fast.
Okay.
Yeah,
So we need to
do half
slow that
speed.
down. Let's try that again at half speed.
One of the major things to remember in this scene is the camera has to be in front of you, and obviously if you run past the camera, you're not in the movie anymore. So I really have to pay attention and be aware of what I'm doing.
Now he falls. Remember, your leg is wounded, okay? He's coming, you see this. It's a weapon. You look back, you see this, and then, bam! You hit him, but then he's gonna fall in the fire and be waving flames in your face. He's distracted, he's on fire. This is when you're gonna, the killing blow.
She nails him, and he falls back, and all
He's
of a sudden
distracted,
he's
he's
on
on
fire. And so she's
fire.
like, okay, I really have to hit him hard, otherwise I'm gonna die.
Bam! He falls down. He now, at this point, is being put out. But you're still in the scene, just pretending he's burning in your eyes. Take that moment, you see him burn, and then you deliver that final line. You called the wrong girl. That's that killer moment when you become the survivor, the warrior. Do you have any questions about the blocking?
I don't.
Is that where they
I'm
always
just gonna
trip?
really follow my instincts.
Good.
After the walkthrough, I'm just like, okay, let's get this party started. I really want to prove that I took in what I was told, and that
That's
I
a
can do
classic of horror. Women always just tripping.
Too fast, too fast, too fast.
She can't wait for the stunt guy to get in place.
I'm scared out of my mind. Because I want to make it to the finals.
Get in the car. Get in the car.
Women do be tripping.
Look at this. This is all for you.
I know. The gauntlet determines who's going to be the top two. There's so much going on in this scene. It's a continuous shot. There's no stopping. There's no messing up. You just have to go.
And you know your motivation, everything's inside that we talked about?
Yes, yes.
All right. Marker. Action.
I swear to God, if Christine wins.
Hello?
Hey, sexy.
Who is this?
I'm the guy watching you walk to your car.
Get in the car. Get in the car. Get in the car. Get in the car.
Go.
Get in the car.
Damn it. Cut.
Once she makes a decision, she looks around and doesn't see get in the car.
Once you look around and see he's not there,
Get in the water.
car, because you're trying to get into safety. Make it a nice, clean
I think
decision,
I'm rooting for
okay?
Gabby.
Action.
I think Jessica will win, but I'm rooting for Gabby.
Hey, sexy.
Who is this?
The guy watching you walk to your car.
Come on, get in the car. Don't wait.
Yeah, good. Here we go.
What a creep.
Jess, your leg doesn't hurt that much.
She's playing with 2 injured. She's not gonna have enough time to recover.
Cut, back to one. Take down your injury a little bit. It looked like you were dragging a weight. The fear in your eyes looks so much better.
Okay.
This is the last take.
Okay.
You're gonna do it.
Yeah. Oh, yes, I'm gonna do it.
For the last take, I'm feeling a lot of pressure because there's so much other stuff to think about that I need to just, like, let it go.
Action.
Who is this?
The guy watching you walk to your car.
Good.
What a creep.
Hey, sexy. What a creep.
Good. Struggle. Kick. Good. That's good. That's good. Don't grab your leg.
Sarah would have done so well with this.
You called the wrong girl.
Yes!
That was strong.
How'd it go?
Let's go.
Everything is so specific and every little detail counts. It's harder than I expected.
Jessica comes in from the gauntlet and she just seems different. And if she's scared, then I have got to get my together. Like, I have not worked this hard to go home.
It's hard.
So Jess got back. She thought it was way harder than what she expected. I can't think about what she experienced with the scene. It will throw me off.
Action.
Hello?
Hey, sexy.
Hi, who's this?
I'm the guy watching
Dad,
you walk
stop
to your car.
it.
She just looks like a victim when she walks down the street. The second we call action, she looks like a victim.
Okay, cut. Back to 1. I want to see more spark. Maybe it just come from the screw of your lifetime. Think John
Thank you for the
Travolta
raid,
walking down the
Bella
street in
Dew.
Saturday Night Fever at the beginning of it. I want to see a little bit of that. So for that brief moment before you get in there, we see somebody that we care about.
That just kind of clicked in my brain. I was like, yeah, you know, I was kind of being boring in the beginning.
Good, good, good.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm sorry. I thought you were someone else. Who is this?
I'm the guy watching.
Good. All right. Good.
God, what a creep. I like the horn. That's smart.
Oh my god, Christina's gonna fucking win this, isn't she?
Great.
You called the wrong girl.
I don't know if it's her own fight for her own life that needs to be more dynamic, but I just don't know why.
To be clear, not because I think she's good, just the way they're responding.
For this girl to win somehow.
The ending, I want more of an exclamation point, okay?
More power?
Not, yeah, more empowerment. There's a difference between a victim and a survivor. You
Like,
know?
don't mess with me.
Don't mess with me. Badass, okay? Action.
That's how you know this is 2010. There's a difference between a victim and a survivor. 2010, everyone.
You called the wrong girl.
All right, that take was way better.
Yeah.
You did it. All right.
How did it go? Was so happy. Yeah.
Christine comes back and she's like, yeah, I did it. And I'm just like, oh my God. I'm stressing out.
This is a big one, my dear, right?
This whole scene is very, very technical. It's just so physical that I'm like concerned about combining everything so that my timing is like impeccable for my scene. Because if I get ahead of the
Thank you
camera
for the
guy,
raid
like,
again.
my scene is
Hello.
Who's this?
The guy watching you walk to your car.
You're too scared, Gabby. It's too much for this point.
Come on, Gabby, don't fuck this up.
Come on, fight her.
Cut. Your reaction to the guy watching you walk to the car, just a little too much.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it's some weird boy at school who's following you around. You're disturbed, but you're not frightened. I really want to see that struggle. You have no resort but to bite and sell that bite. Action.
Hello?
Hey, sexy.
Who is this?
The guy watching you walk to your car.
Okay, because here's the way that so many horror movies work. Hey, sexy, I'm watching you walk to your car. What? Looks around, and then jump scare. Guy jumps out. Trevor! Oh my god, you scared me so much. I just couldn't wait to see you. Oh my god, stop it! Hits him again. He grabs her wrists, and then they start making out. Meanwhile, you see the POV of somebody who's watching them from the shadows. And they stop making out because she's like, what was that? And he's like, nothing, babe. And she's like, no, I'm serious. Is Johnny with you? Johnny? No. What? Okay, never mind. Goes back to making out. Russell. I'm telling you, someone is there. Someone is there. Babe, it's fine. They get in the car, and you think they're about to drive away, and they'll be safe because whoever's watching them is hiding in the bushes. And then psych! Slit throat. Trevor's throat is slit. And then the cold open ends with Brittany screaming as she's stabbed over and over again. And then the title of the movie, like, Dead Girls. That's the title of the movie, Dead Girls.
Good.
Dead Girls 2.
Too fast. Gabby, it's a dance with the camera.
Come on, Gabby, you cannot fuck this up.
Yeah. I love the struggle. You kept it going. I bought the bite, but you got ahead of him, and we kind of missed some of it.
To nail this last take, I really just have to trust myself that
Have I
the
seen
direction that I
Zapotha?
was given is going to be available to me, because I've got one more shot.
Yeah, an AMPTP is going to steal that.
Action. Okay, good.
Get off me!
Go.
Go! You called the wrong girl!
Yes!
I really feel like I
Let's go,
listened
Gabby!
and I took the directions that they gave me, and so I'm hoping that that's going to make up for the fact that my timing is off.
I really feel good about it. Christine thinks she did well, and then Gabby thinks she nailed it.
This is my worst fear. I feel like I've done so well throughout the entire competition, and then all of a sudden, boom. Gabby and Christine are like kicking butt, and this could be it for me.
Both of you will meet with Saw producer Mark Berg, but only one of you will win the role in Saw 3D.
Saw 2, Saw 3, Saw 3. Darren Bossman. Action.
I have
Who's going home?
gut feeling which way.
Oh my God.
Chaotic Duck donated $5. Caroline, what happened to the movie? What happens after Trevor dies? Was
You're
John
gonna have to
okay?
find out.
I went to get popcorn, and when I came back, we were back on Scream Queens.
I can't tell you. You'll just have to watch the movie. Okay. Thank you, Chaotic Duck, for that dono. Who's going home? I say, I think they're still going to send Christine home, because even if Jessica wasn't the strongest, she's been so strong throughout the whole season. So it's either Gabby or Christine, but I think it's got to be Christine.
Way it's gonna go. I'm just really freaked out.
First off, I just want to say we are so proud of all three of you. This scene was so difficult.
I'm scared for my life. I've come such a long way, and then to mess up when it's really time to show what I can bring, oh God.
I've always said that horror is to film what rock and roll is to music. It's sort of the rebellious bastard genre. And for me, two of you are punk rock. One of you is classical music.
Two of you absolutely grew to be a survivor. That, to me, is what we're talking about with this Scream Queen. You have no idea
You do it
how
then.
difficult it will
Fine.
be to say goodbye to anyone, but that's what has to happen.
Oh my God, it's Jessica, isn't
Two
it?
of you will be moving on to meet the Saw producer. And one of you will be getting the axe and will be going home. And that actress is Christine.
Do it! I told you!
You are a phenomenal actress.
That's not
But
true.
We just didn't see the survivor in you. A Scream Queen shouldn't be a victim. She should be a warrior, and you just didn't show us that.
But that doesn't mean that you weren't amazing.
Okay.
You just weren't perfect for this role. Good.
It actually is mind-blowing that Christine made it to the top 3. And anybody who's watched since episode 1 can attest to that. Christine was better. She was better in this than she'd been like the rest of the season.
Luck. I'm gonna see you. Thanks, guys.
I'm so proud of myself that I made it this far. You win. This whole
She should say win.
Been so fun.
You have to win.
Unique. Can someone please just discover me like a lost jewel? I'm here.
Oh.
Discover me.
Jessica, Gabby, congratulations. You are our top 2.
Wow.
But only one of you will win the role in Saw 3D. Take a deep breath and sleep well. Good night, guys.
I've eaten almost this whole cheese.
Dude, get
Such a
up.
girl dinner.
Top 2.
This is by far the biggest accomplishment in my life.
Me too.
Like, that's crazy. A star-making role in Saw 3D that's gonna be international. I wake up and there's literally like 8 empty beds.
Can we gamba?
I actually did this. I'm still in shock.
Yeah.
I definitely struggled throughout the gauntlet. Gabby did phenomenal. I'm not in a good position right now. We don't know what's gonna happen today. All of a sudden, we get this phone call.
You guys want to gamba on who wins?
Thank you. Oh my god, dude.
Oh my god, what are they gonna have us do?
This is so crazy.
I can't believe we made this far.
Oh my god.
Would you guys cheat?
I just feel like a kid in a candy store. And
Yeah, that's true. We can't trust. I can't trust y'all.
see the
Little
Saw
cheaters.
posters and I'm just like, this is real.
Look at how at least a lot of you are admitting that you cheated. Here we go.
Hello, Gabby. And Jessica. Soon, one of you will join me in the billion-dollar franchise, Saw.
The billion-dollar
You deserve
franchise.
such an honor. You must pass one final acting test. Your own portrayal of the character in this scene. in the
Oh my
original
god,
Saw
yes!
film.
Who is this?
Daddy? I'm scared.
Oh my god.
Okay.
$1 million.
He has a gun.
Hello? Allie? Hello? If you so much as lay a finger on them, I'll kill you. You hear me? You son of a bitch!
Harry Elwes.
You'll each perform this scene in your final director's challenge. One of you will get the axe. And for you, it will be game over.
Hello, Jessica. Hello, Gabby. I'm Mark Berg. I'm one of the producers of the movie Saw.
Oh my god.
I'm up here in Toronto on the set of Saw 3D. I wanted to congratulate both of you on being one step away from your breakout role. Your scripts are waiting for you in the limo.
Drink.
Good luck. I'll see you in the grand ballroom.
Oh my god.
I remember watching the original Saw and really being taken by that moment. And now I have to play it.
Gosh.
Did this movie make any money? Probably.
Millions. I just still can't believe this is happening right now.
Let's go get our scripts.
Wait, of course that man can't act. He's just a producer.
Oh my god! Oh my god. Oh my god, dude.
I just feel like the luckiest girl in the world.
It's fantastic. It's terrific. It's a blessing. It's, oh my gosh, it's all of the above.
Oh my god!
I'm Abby.
I will kill you.
Come on.
I'm gonna kill you!
Get it together. Suck it up, stop crying, and tell me you're gonna kill me, right?
And Saw 3D.
Hiya. Big time meeting over Lionsgate today? Good, forget about it. Focus on the task at hand.
God.
Take a look at each other. If you are not
He
better
just gets even worse.
than the person you are looking at, you go home. Is that what you want?
No.
No. I feel honored to be in the last time of class. We're basically working one-on-one with him, and I really want to make him proud.
All right,
He really
tonight we're
does look
doing
like
the scene
Dr.
for the Final
Oz.
Director's Challenge. Now is the time to really nail this, ladies, because tomorrow there's no room for mistakes. You got me? All right. You're gonna take turns playing the lead role. The other girl will sit on the chair and play the voice on the phone. It's your sister. She's also being held captive by Jigsaw, and he's gonna kill her if you don't do something.
Oh,
Let's go.
shit.
I'm thinking, okay, how am I going to make this as believable as possible? Wake up, you're in a disgusting basement that you've never seen. I had to create the reality of that, and that's hard.
Hello? I'm scared. Jennifer? He says you know what to do. I don't know what that means.
The beginning of the scene is simple. You're a prisoner. Starting with waking up where you are, chained
You're a
to
prisoner.
wall. Boom, we're awake, and where am I? I'm seeing... How long does it take you to realize you're not where you should be? All right, switch it.
You're kind of connecting the dots in this scene. And I have to create a background to the situation and what my relationship is with my sister to manifest my emotions in a very deep way.
Hello? Jennifer?
He says you have to make a decision.
Who does?
Don't let me die.
Jigsaw!
I don't know what to do. Be strong. We're gonna figure this out, okay? Hello?
Me a favor, both of you guys sit back over here.
The first time
Yikes.
we knew we did bad.
Neither of you are fully committing to this situation yet. I need a series of realizations.
I need you to be willing
I'm
to chop
here
off
in
your
a
foot.
basement, chained to a wall. How I got here, I don't know. And now the phone rings. What does Jennifer say?
Don't let me die.
You're making a promise to someone you don't even know where they are, and you're chained to a wall. You gotta save your life in order to save hers. And this time, I want you to make me feel the situation is life or death.
My first read-through,
He's not even a producer, he's an acting coach.
I have
But
to
he's also just an
bring that
asshole.
emotion to the surface.
He's so annoying.
Hello? I'm scared.
Jennifer!
The only adjustment I'm asking you to make, by the time we get to the end of this, we can no longer be a victim. We now have to be a threat. So when you get to the point of I will kill you, no more victim.
At the end, Homa's advice
You know
is
he's serious
no more
'cause he's
suffering, no more
talking
pain.
in a
we
soft
are
voice.
the survivor.
Come at me. Stop crying. Come on.
What do you want? Who are you?
You sound scared to me.
Don't you lay a hand on her!
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna kill you!
He is sniffing his own farts so hard.
You switch, please.
When John
Switch
pushes me,
groups.
I just get motivated to really do what I have to do as the character.
What's wrong?
Don't let me die!
I don't know what I don't know what to do.
Gabby, if I get up and walk...
John Homa taught me how to access feelings I didn't think were possible at a young age while protecting me. He's passionate about acting and his students in a way that challenges all involved. If you're serious about acting, John will bring out the best in you. Kirsten Dunst. Yeah, was a gun held to her head?
Walk over, and there's not tears for real in those eyes, I'm not gonna be a happy guy.
In real life, it takes a really traumatic event to be so, like, emotional and serious.
Is the character trying to cry? No. Character's trying to solve a problem. Now, when that emotional tug gets to be overwhelming, yeah, those tears are going to come, but I don't want to see two guys up here trying to freaking cry.
It's hard. I was pushing myself to get there instead of allowing it to happen.
If you had to say goodbye to one person forever, who would it be? You can do it.
Here.
Sean is really working me to get it out. I was just like, oh my God. I feel like he demanded something, and there was absolutely no room for anything else.
Let's go.
He says you have a decision to make. Who is this? Please don't let me die.
Take a breath. Come to me. Come on.
I swear to God, if you touch her, I will kill you.
What are you gonna do?
Did you hear me? I'll kill you.
Now, get strong. Right now. Stand up straight. Suck it up. Stop crying and tell me you're gonna kill me right now.
I will kill you. I will kill you.
Calm down and say it again.
I will kill you.
Come on, Gabby. You want to kill him. That would be the easiest thing. I would literally look that fucker in the face and be like, I will fucking kill you.
I poured my heart into it.
Thank you very
That you don't even have to do,
very
you don't even have
much
to act.
I'll be seeing you in that grand ballroom.
I think Homa has brought out the best in me. He's taught me so much. I mean, I will never forget any of the lessons that Homa has taught.
Where'd it go?
I feel like Homa has given me something as a teacher that I've never experienced before. Homa was there in a way that I wish my own dad would have been there.
Oh no. Oh no, Gabby. Oh no. Oh, sweetheart. Oh no. That is... No. No. That's what I have to say about that.
This journey has transformed me. Physically, mentally, emotionally.
You can't fake being a star.
No, they
You're a
had to
star.
eat fruit sexily in this
proven
season.
myself week after week.
Come out and fight!
Now it's time for the cherry right on top.
This whole experience has been so intense. I ended up learning more than I've learned my entire life about acting. All the mistakes.
Wait, action is the cue.
All the criticism.
You have a problem with focus. It's like there's Gabby land.
Just feels totally worth it. I've made great strides.
Gabby, you're leading lady.
This is what I'm meant to do.
There's just one more director's challenge.
One challenge, one chance.
I just want it so bad.
Just one more challenge, and I could be in soccer.
No! I could be in soccer.
This week, I'm going to be handing you over to the director of Saw 2, 3, and 4.
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
Here we go.
Jessica, Gabby, welcome to your final director's challenge.
I'm scared to go against Gabby because I feel like right now she's popped out of her shell and she's finally competition.
This is it. Your last chance
Finally
to show us
competition.
that you
Ooh.
are a scream queen. I've learned how to direct you and get the performances I need. But this competition, it's about training you so you can work with any director in Hollywood. This week, I'm going to be handing you over to the director of Saw 2, Saw 3, Saw 4, and most recently, Mother's Day, starring none other than our very own Jamie King. Ladies, meet my friend Darren Bossman. What's up, Darren?
Hey,
How you doing? Good.
Darren.
The pressure is on because I'm working one-on-one with a huge director.
Today we're going to be doing
Some
a
of the
scene
greatest
inspired by
films
the
that have
first
ever
Saw
been made.
film. It's going
This
to be up
man
to you
made.
two to show me the fear and
Bossman.
terror of waking up in a place like this. The heartache when you get to hear your sister's
Did
voice
James
on
Wan
that
ever
phone,
go back and direct
more
another Saw?
importantly, the will to kick some serious ass to save your sister's life.
I'll see you two in
This
the grand
guy
ballroom
kind
for
of
the
looks
final
like
elimination.
James Gunn.
Make us proud.
All right, ladies, why don't you head off to makeup and wardrobe, and I'll see you back here in a little bit.
Maybe it's just the like spiky hair and glasses and like kind of sleaziness, but not
I
total.
have to keep in mind what I was actually taught and rehearsed in Homa's class. He wants me to get up, fight, be strong,
Take initiative, be the hero, like try to get out
Was
of there.
Spiral any good?
One of the best things that I like to do when I'm working with a new actor is to not give them any instruction, to let them come in and do how they interpret the scene.
Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you.
902, take one, marker.
How is there another Saw movie coming out in September? Here's your answer.
Action. The alarm suddenly stopped.
Hello?
Cut. I want to see that you're piecing everything together. You're chained up. You're in a disgusting room. Someone's watching you. I just want there to be more life to the scene.
Yeah, they're gonna make them until Tobin Bell dies, and then they'll use an AI image of him.
You want to be a proactive character. You don't want to be a victim, okay?
Okay. Darren is giving me so much information. I'm really trying to like be a sponge and soak everything in.
All right, so let's try it again. And action.
Dude, what if Gabby or Jessica went so method that they chopped off their own foot? That would be so sick.
Jennifer! I'm scared. Where are you? What's going on?
You're not asking her if she's at the mall buying clothes. You need to be urgent.
Where are you? What's going on?
Please don't let me die.
What does he want?
The phone disconnects.
Jennifer! Jennifer!
You don't have time to be scared.
If you touch her, I'll kill you! Do you hear me? I'll kill you! Do you hear me? I'll kill you!
All right, cut it. You're pacing back and forth. You're going here, and
Uh-oh.
you're going here.
Uh-oh.
I need to see you trying to really find a way out, not act like you're trying to find a way out. Then you could say those lines. And action.
Be strong, we're gonna figure this out. Who is he and what does he want? If you touch her, I'll kill you!
Find a way out of there. Get the hell out of there.
Do you hear me? I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
All right, cut. That's great.
That's great.
That's great. I think you really got there. And I think, you know what else? You take direction very well. So I was really impressed.
Oh, really? Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much.
That's
All right.
it? It's over?
It's over.
Oh!
All right.
Honestly, it was a lot harder than I expected. In home
Damn, that
class,
would
it's
be
so
wild
easy.
to like
But
go
when
through
you
the
have
whole show and be
set
like,
around
okay,
you,
that's
it
it.
makes it a lot harder to take in. But I gave it all I could. I tried my best, and I hope that that was enough to prove to everyone that I could be in Saw 3D.
Oh, Jessica! Oh,
I'm
Jessica!
feeling really nervous. I just don't want to get to elimination and have like Homo look
I
at
just
me
want
and
to
be
prove that I can be in
disappointed
Saw
me.
3D.
Hey, Gabby, how are you?
The thing is that all of these actresses could have been in Saw 3D. Okay, and that doesn't speak to their talent, even though Jessica is talented. Gabby is great when she's great. It speaks to Saw 3D. It speaks to what happens when you get past, like, the third movie in a franchise.
That's the only thing I'm thinking about.
All right, good luck.
All right, thank you.
All right. 901, take one, marker.
Oh, I want Gabby to do
Action.
well. Come on, Gabby.
Hello?
Cut. Okay, Gabby.
Oh, he's
Darren called
not
cut,
liking
and I
it.
felt like inside that I wasn't at the place that I needed to be.
Since most likely you've been drugged and or knocked out, I don't want you to just jump awake. I want you to be groggy and try to piece together what's going on. When you realize that you're connected and you can't get out of it, you need to panic, okay? I want more of a sense of urgency and panic there, all right? Great. That's great.
That's great. That's great.
I don't know what that means. Please don't let me die.
Who are you? If you touch her, I'll kill you. I swear to God, I'll kill you.
We're gonna cut. when you start
We're gonna
freaking
cut.
out towards the end of the call, let me see a progression. Don't just start screaming. Build up to the scream. The other thing is I want to make sure that I see how it affects you when she says, "Don't let me die." Make that a moment. Make that a beat.
I think something like snapped inside of me where I wanted to know who locked me in here, has my sister, and is watching me. I think my commitment just kind of went through the roof.
And action.
I won't.
Good.
Be strong, okay? We're gonna figure this out. Okay. Jennifer!
Look at the security camera. He's watching you.
If you touch her, I swear to God I'll kill you!
Come on, you got to be fierce.
If you touch her, I will kill you! Did you hear me?
Come on, Gabby.
I'll kill you!
And cut it. Excellent. Way to commit yourself to that.
Okay.
I put my heart in today, and I really wanted to do my best, and I feel
I
like
like how both of these girls after the scenes look like they've just been completely railroaded. Just hit by a fucking train. They're crying. They're like, I just want to be in Saw 3D.
I did. It's out of my hands now. It's not in my control.
It's scary as it is going into the grand ballroom. I feel that I've given my all in this competition.
I did absolutely everything I could possibly do, and
All right, who do you guys
in a
think
few
was better,
minutes, I'm
Jessica
gonna
or
know
Gabby?
if my life is gonna change, or if I'm gonna have to go back to the drawing board.
I want this so much. I don't want anything else but this.
Okay, here's what I'll say. I think that when Gabby fully, okay, not to sound like John Homa, when Gabby really accesses herself, when she is doing the best that she can do, she's better than Jessica. Like, I think there's just something about her that feels more, just feels more real. But I think Jessica is consistently better than Gabby. And I don't know if I don't know if Gabby did better than Jessica in, like, I think there were some moments that she had that I was like, damn, okay, shit. But I think overall, Jess probably did better. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes Gabby will be out of it, and then sometimes she's so in it. Yeah, remember when Gabby was on the chopping block? I think Jess still wins.
Jessica, Gabby, welcome to the Grand Ballroom. We started 8 weeks ago with 10 girls competing for one role, and now we are down to the final 2. Congratulations. Because this is such a big decision, we have brought Mark Berg, the producer of the Saw series, to join us.
Congratulations, girls. I've seen what you've both done. You both bring a whole lot to the table. I'd be thrilled to work with either one of you. But unfortunately, there's only one role available in Saw 3D.
No!
Congratulations, girls. You're both incredibly talented. I'd be thrilled. But unfortunately, there's only one role available
in Saw 3D. It gets me. I know, I die every time.
Seeing you today in the Director's Challenge was amazing. But then again, watching you was always interesting.
If you just cut against the grain.
You called the wrong girl!
You've brought many unique performances. However, you had your little mishaps.
Wait for the action.
Would you? Oh, sorry.
I'll say action.
But you bounced back, and you surged ahead in a way that was absolutely incredible, and we really believe in you. And we are so proud of how far you've come.
Yeah, she's not getting it.
What a journey. I feel very much a part of that journey with our director's challenges. We've had some pretty bad lows, but you've had some amazing highs.
I want it to feel more intimate.
And those highs overshadow everything else.
Gabby, you
Jessica's
drugged
like,
yourself down miles of hard road for me. Where you were, where you fell to, and where you brought yourself back from. It's been pretty amazing. Stop crying and tell me you're gonna kill me.
I will kill you!
I can't tell you how proud of you I am.
Thanks, Gabby. Please step back. Jessica, please step forward.
Okay.
You are absolutely stunning, and you've got an unbelievable strength to you.
Wait, did they tell Gabby she was stunning? Can you imagine right after you get your notes? The next what they say to the other person is, "You are so pretty."
That really carries through on screen.
Come out and fight!
You look good enough to eat.
And mixed with your beauty and your sensuality and your intelligence, it's just such an incredible combination.
Jessica, you're pretty fearless. All the things I've asked you to do, you've done. Yet you had a slip and fall in my class. You got wrapped up in yourself.
It's not fair that people can get to go again.
This is the that I don't want to hire. And you get slapped on the wrist hard. But the performances you've turned in, I've loved.
You've got great range. You've been a Faye Dunaway type femme fatale. I've seen you as, you know, a damsel in distress.
I feel like they
You've nailed them all.
haven't.
That felt good.
You can play anything.
Thank you, Jessica. Please step back.
Both of you are amazing actresses, and we would be
Yeah,
more than thrilled
it's gotta be
to work
Jess.
with either one of you. But in this situation, it simply boils down to which actress is best suited for our franchise.
Jessica, Gabby, please step forward for your final judgment.
Here we go.
I want you guys to know that this was not an easy decision.
That's what they always say.
Gabby, Jessica, the actress that gets that breakout role in Saw 3D and wins the title of Scream Queen is Gabby.
Me?
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
I didn't think I was gonna win. I can't believe this right now.
Jessica, thank you so much. You've been so wonderful.
Oh
It was
my!
surprising that I didn't win, but I gave it my all. I jumped in with 2 feet, and I'm really proud of myself. I know that there's a role out there for me, and it's not now, but it'll come pretty soon.
Okay, well that is true because Jessica's like a legit actress. Gabby, I genuinely believe her reaction because that was mine as well. Me? Her? Like, really, if we're talking about consistency, Jessica was the best. But this was probably good for Jess because now, yeah, she has a series regular role on which show is she on? Isn't she on Station 90? Yeah. So, you know what's funny is to think that if Jess had gotten this role, that maybe she wouldn't have a career now. She's the main character of Station 19. Okay. So many of you, when we watched episode 1, were like, why does Jessica look so familiar? So at the end of the day, she fucking won. Is it worth having a look at Gabby's IMDb? Okay, let's look at this.
How do you feel, Gabs?
This competition has been so hard, and like,
yeah, that's
all
why
the
they gave her
girls
the
would
"you
be
are
like,
so
Gabby,
pretty."
you're the next person to go home, and I won. Thank you. I just can't believe this. Like, I feel like everything was so worth it. Like, it was so hard. It was so emotional, and I feel so lucky. But I'm so happy that I get to do this.
Wow.
It's incredible. Oh my God. I can't believe this! I am the Scream Queen!
She looks like Kesha in that photo. That is absolutely wild. Okay. Ashley made a PowerPoint presentation. Where are they now? Also, here's what I need you guys, my little sleuths, my little internet, not sleuths, but like my internet people. Can we watch the scene that Gabby's in Saw 3D? Can we see if we can find it? I would die to watch it. Now, please pre-watch it. Make sure there's nothing TOS in it. Okay, where are they now? A few of them have a lot of stuff, but most don't really have anything. 10th place, you really made a whole ass PowerPoint. Okay, let me move this here. 10th place, Lana Underwood. Her dad directed Tremors. No acting credit since. R.I.P. Never forget Lana Underwood. My dad directed Tremors. Yep, she was the first person eliminated, which just goes to show. Wait, hold on. They cut it out.
Chaotic Duck donated $5. She was in Saw 3D for like 2 minutes. Lol, her scene.
Well, yeah, that's not surprising at all. Chaotic Duck, thank you for the $5. Okay, this is the scene. I'll just pull this up for afterwards. You guys, when I said breakout role, I always prefaced it by saying breakout role, aka 2 minutes of screen time. Okay. 9th place, Rosanna Pansino. Oh, Rosanna, who's a YouTuber now. Now a successful YouTuber with over 14 million subscribers. She was so sweet, but so bad. Most well known for her series Nerdy Mummies, which won her a Shorty Award and earned her 5 Streamy Award nominations. Has written and published 2 cookbooks based on the series, as well as releasing a baking line. She is probably the richest of all of them, just on her own. Had her own baking reality show on HBO Max called Baketopia. Yeah, I think if you were to like if you were to count like how much money someone has made as far as how successful they are, it's got to be Rosanna. Yeah, she was in it. Oh wait, how do I go back? Okay. 8th place, Carly Lewis, now Carly Red. She's was a main cast member of VH1's reality show Love and Hip Hop Atlanta. And I guess she has
static. Hair laid, shape nice. Work. I'm a bad bitch in real life. Work. Freaky things, so talk nice for this. Work. And the pussy so good, make him call out a what? Pretty little kitty, fatty black, and he so pretty like it when him lick my titty, so my neck and give me icky. No, me no dicky, have a man in every city, got a lick nitty gritty, go me, no fi grippy. Call this Hurricane Kitty, flash floods through the night, yeah. Wanna play with Duchess in the bag, must.
Okay, so that's what Carly Red is up to. 7th place, Allison Kyler, aka Crazy Eyes, aka iPod Dancing Girl. She hasn't been in anything notable. She's a BB Rexa stan. OMG, I haven't tweeted in over a year, but I came out on my hole because BB Rexa just tweeted my wedding dance to her song. Fuck! Ashley, the research on all this is impeccable. All these gals. Okay, 6th place, Sarah from Chicago. Sarah Alami, aka the one with the Chicago accent, has made a bunch of guest appearances on big shows. CIMDb. Some shows include Lucifer, Criminal Minds, and Westworld. Friends with James Gunn. The Gunn was a bridesmaid at his wedding. You know what I wonder? I wonder when they became friends. Her and her daughter were in Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Still very close with Jessica. Here is Instagram proof. Cute. Besties. Love. Met Obama and Bob Saget. Slay. Bob Saget, R.I.P. Wait. That is not Obama. Hold on. That's faux Obama. That's not Obama. That's Obama. Holy shit. Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh my god, I'm dying. That's no Obama. Obama. Oh my god. Obama. Oh, I'm crying. Oh my god. Sarah's take on Palestine, Israel? Okay.
So many people are unaware of what is actually happening in Palestine. There are many people mindlessly and ignorantly posting blue squares without acknowledging there is a genocide taking place against Palestinians at the hands of the Israeli government.
Okay.
Jewish safety and Palestinian rights are not opposing causes, so do not put us against each other.
Let's go,
Because
Sarah
our
from
fight
Chicago.
together is for human rights. Jewish people and Israelis don't represent their government, their army, or those illegal settlers who are forcefully kicking people out of their homes. Just as Palestinian people don't represent Hamas. Your posts matter, so choose wisely and spread love and acceptance rather than hate and division.
Okay, so she's hot and base, but she doesn't have the accent anymore. I mean, she does. She does, a little bit. But it's not like it used to be. Wow. Here, we'll play it one more time because I gotta turn up the volume master. Because it's TikTok.
So many people are unaware of what is actually happening in Palestine. There are many people mindlessly and ignorantly posting blue squares without acknowledging there is a genocide taking place against Palestinians at the hands of the Israeli government. Jewish safety and Palestinian rights are not opposing causes, so do not put us against each other. Because our fight together is for human rights. Jewish people and Israelis don't represent their government, their army, or those illegal settlers who are forcefully kicking people out of their homes. Just as Palestinian people don't represent Hamas. Your posts matter, so choose wisely and spread love and acceptance rather than hate and division.
Sarah from Chicago. I just love this. Sarah's take on Palestine and Israel. Oh. She's gorgeous. She really, like I said, she her best performance yet. She's so pretty that there's no way she wouldn't have gotten at least some roles in Hollywood. I don't mean to be rude, but like maybe she's gotten better as an actress, but when she was on the show, she was not good, but she's so beautiful, and this is how Hollywood goes. Hot people can still have a career even if they're not the best actors. Man, she looks even prettier now. God damn. God damn, she's gorgeous. Yeah, so she was last in Guardians of the Galaxy 3 because she's friends with the gun. So, you know, she's been in some shit.